everybody. We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of March 8th, 2022. I know we have several colleagues who are remote, so we'll ask, Tony should be kind enough to call roll.
Jimenez?
Present.
Morales?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Crosco?
Present.
Davis?
Here.
Esparza? Arenas?
Here.
Foley?
Here.
Mahan?
Here.
Jones?
Present.
Licardo?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Okay, as we can tell from the voices, not everybody's feeling at the top of their game today, so I hope everyone's feeling better on the other side of the screen soon. All right, if you're able to stand, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Michelle Ramirez Martinez from Bossy, the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative, and Councilmember Perales will tell us more remotely.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And in honor of International Women's Day, it is my pleasure to have Michelle Ramirez Martinez, the community specialist at Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative, or BOSSI, here to do our invocation today. BOSSI provides powerful interventions for the most vulnerable children in our communities in the form of programs that focus on proven factors that help increase resiliency in children living with adversity. At BOSSI, Michelle is a coach for girls programming, leading the youth participatory evaluation project and building out the middle school curriculum in East San Jose. She continues to incorporate her passions for building a strong sense of identity and creating access to higher education through an initiative she helped develop to aid young girls from under-resourced communities as they embark in the college application process. Michelle has used her experiences as an advocate, organizer, athlete, and woman of color to learn from and help support the next generation of leaders. It is my pleasure to introduce Michelle Ramirez Martinez, who will be doing today's invocation in honor of her mother, Martha Patricia Martinez Lopez, who passed away last year from COVID-19.
Hello, my name is Michelle Ramirez Martinez, and I'm the Community Specialist and Coach at the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative, or BOSSI. I would like to thank Councilmember Perales, Mayor Licardo, and the entire City Council for having me here. Today, on International Women's Day, I would like to give this invocation in honor of my own mother, Marta Patricia Martinez Lopez, who passed away last year from COVID-19. My mother was my biggest role model. She did it all, not only providing at home as a single mom, but also dabbling at many different occupations. She worked at a Mexican pharmacy, a bakery, at the flea market, cleaning houses, and ultimately at a taqueria. I remember when she worked at the taqueria, I was 9 years old. We lived in a small studio a couple blocks away from City Hall in the Washington neighborhood. She would wake me up every morning at 4:45 a.m. to take me with her to work. I napped in the car outside the taqueria while my mother prepped for the day of labor ahead. At 7 a.m., Mom would take her break to drive me to school. I would stay after school in a child care program until 6 p.m. when my mom would get out of work, take me home, and wait for the routine to start again the following day. My mother was also an activist. She truly believed in the power of people to change situations, not just on a surface level, but structurally as well. She knew that even one person speaking out could start a conversation and move us all in the right direction. I'll always remember her passion every May Day when she would march from King Road all the way to City Hall in support and to show her care for all the undocumented families in our community. I first marched alongside my mother when I was 7 years old. She showed me the power of our voices and the power of unity. When I was in the 3rd grade, I joined Bossy Girls. On its surface, Bossy may seem like a program that only focuses on increasing sports access to young girls from under-resourced communities, but it is truly so much more. Bossy was my first introduction to physical activity and sports, girl-centered leadership, mentoring, and even college. When I joined Bossy Girls, my mother was ecstatic. She recognized the power of more women uniting to lift up her own daughter. She felt comfort knowing that each woman from entirely different backgrounds and experiences was invested in us and believed in our ability to succeed. On this International Women's Day, as you begin this session, I would ask you to also honor my mother in these 3 ways. 1, Make sure all women in our community are seen, heard, and valued. That means noticing when they're not in your meetings, noticing when their voices aren't being represented, and finding ways to bring women to the table. 2, invest in women-centered leadership and consistent programs with proven impact for women and girls, like Bossy. And 3, celebrate all the women in your lives and in our uniquely cosmopolitan and international city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and to my colleagues. And I can say personally, I'm tremendously proud to be bringing a young girl into this community, knowing that there are women like Michelle out there to help be inspirations and role models. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pross. And thank you, Michelle, for the great work that you and Bossy do in our community every day. All right, Council members Carrasco and Cohen, please join me at the podium. We're going to recognize and proclaim March 13th as the 150th anniversary of Alum Rock Park in San Jose. This is the first municipal park in the state of California, and we're very proud.
Okay, good afternoon. We have a collage of pictures that I was going to share that we found during our research about the park. I can take this off while I speak. It's a little bit easier. So I'm very honored to be here today to present this commendation for the 150th anniversary. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Carrasco and Mayor Liccardo as well, for being part of this celebration today. There's a deep history in this park for my family and for millions of visitors to Alum Rock Park over the 150 years since it's been open. This park was so popular in the Bay Area that when widespread commercial automobiles became available, advertisements pushed people in the Bay Area to drive to Alum Rock Park to visit the Little Yosemite. It was as a result of this, so many people coming to the park, that the train that used to go to the park was removed. But nothing has marked the history of Alum Rock Park more than the constant struggle with nature, whether it be the fault lines that surround it, erosion in the sandy, loamy soils, the fires that have burned the hillsides and the one-time hotel, the floods that washed away the old train tracks, or the damage from the last flood that FEMA is now working on. The Sulphur Stone Grotto and Mineral Springs made Alum Rock Park a destination for medicinal baths. There are 13 miles of hiking and horseback riding trails, historic sites and wildlife habitats over the 720 acres, the diverse parkland. You can spot deer, foxes, brush rabbits, quail, hawks, turkeys, and the occasional mountain lion that call the Diablo Mountain Range their home. But animals and people aren't the only visitors to the park over the last 150 years. A meteor once made its way into the park. In fact, I think there's a photo right up there of the meteor in the park. In 1918, it was broken up to support the war effort and rendered 39 tons of high-grade manganese ore used for armor plating. The land has also had to be protected from commercial exploitation, with gold and oil prospectors and those seeking to privatize the land for uses such as the saloon and the hotel. There was even a group that wanted to use it for trains as a route to bypass the Diablo Mountain Range. Current day, Alum Rock Park does not attract the tens of thousands of people every weekend as it did in the past, but it's still an incredible resource of generational experiences for our community. My family's use of the park over the years highlights the things it has to offer. My kids grew up attending Youth Science Institute every summer, camps where students from across the region and others learned and experienced about the outdoors and got to see wildlife up close and learn science. Local Berryessa and Alum Rock schools send their students off to Alum Rock Park on field trips. They walk up from Penitentiary Creek Road up to Youth Science Institute. They learn about the local environment and get to see wildlife that they have in their museum. Every time my dad came to visit us in town, he'd leave our house and walk to Alum Rock Park and be gone for hours. He'd come back into the house getting all excited and saying, "I made it to the top." And he would try to hike to the top of the park every year when he came to visit. Today, the park connects the Bay Area Ridge Trail, which provides one of the only access points from BART to the system of trails that rings the bay. It provides direct access also to the Sierra Open Space Preserve. I often go on a bike ride, biking through the park from Berryessa through Mount Hamilton Road, Alum Rock, and McKee. It's a great loop to go through the park. And my son regularly goes with his friends on his mountain bike to bike on the trails. The park also offers great seclusion from the lights of the night sky. And if you go in at night, you can see the stars. The Parks Department has done a viewing of the Perseid meteor showers, and my family's joined them for those events as well. It's a great opportunity to see the sky even while still close to the city. So I'm excited that we're celebrating the 150th anniversary of the park. It's a gem of San Jose, and I hope you'll all join us on May 14th for the official celebration at the park.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm Magdalena Carrasco, and Council Member Cohen and I share the beautiful Alum Rock Park, and I'm excited to be able to celebrate the 150th anniversary of California's oldest municipal park, also known as Little Yosemite, as Council Member Cohen just pointed out. I've had the great honor of representing the east side of San Jose, which encompasses the Alum Rock foothills. These rolling hills and spectacular natural landscapes provide our city with a lush, expansive gateway right here in our own backyard. And tucked away in these hills, Alum Rock Park. It's one of our hidden jewels, one which I hope more and more people will get to learn about Alum Rock Park. The park is a reflection of the city, which has withstood the historic adversity and changes, events such as the Great Depression, World War II, and historic floods, one that we had just a few years ago. And while I imagine how incredible it must have been to experience the full amenities of the park in their prime, many remnants of the historic elements of the original park remain still today. For over 60 years, the natural springs at Alum Rock Park were a national destination. Some of you may have come across it. They're a little stinky. You may have come across it. You'll remember it. You'll recognize it right away when you smell it. But you know, who am I to judge? Some people really enjoy it, and people came to it. They flocked to it for its natural healing powers. And on the historic Alum Rock Avenue, the gateway to Alum Rock Park, ran a railway system that connected from downtown San Jose to the park and ran for over 30 years. And when VTA was investing through Alum Rock Corridor in 2015, which is right when I was coming into office, it uncovered that railroad system. It was underneath many layers of pavement. It's possibly one of the coolest features of the park, which brought in tens of thousands of visitors, was the natatorium pool with a 60-foot slide named the Plunge. It's not there anymore. Visitors would come and enjoy a refreshing dip in the waters much before air conditioning was a common feature in our homes. What I remember most about Alum Rock were Easter Sundays. Have a very extensive and expansive family. My mother and my father came here many, many years ago and have since left me. They passed away years ago. In fact, today's my mother's 4th year anniversary since she left, but she left a legacy of many memories. And so I remember hiding Easter eggs and taking long hikes. And one of the most recent memories I have is of taking my team and this old lady here out walking and out hiking them. So there you go. Alum Rock still holds fond memories for me. And while I lost the park during our redistricting process to District 4, it reinforces something. It reinforces that parks are for everybody. And it's our responsibility to take care of them. Especially since for many of our families, parks were the only place they could escape to during the COVID-19 shutdown. It's important we honor Alum Rock and all the parks really in our district and throughout the city because we know that they encourage active lifestyles and reduce health costs. We know they strengthen local economies. We know that they make cities more resilient. We know that they increase community engagement, they reduce crime. We know that they help clean the air and they improve public health. We also know that they are a tool for cities to achieve their equity goals. It's beautiful to see all of us come together to honor one of our city's most amazing assets with the shared understanding that Alum Rock Park is more than just a place. It's an experience for all of our residents, for all of our kiddos, our grown-ups, and our seniors. They should all have access to these beautiful parks. Alum Rock is a time capsule. It's where you can reconnect with nature, learn our city's history, and be at peace. Except, of course, where squirrels are at your lunch. There's many squirrels there. But nonetheless, it's where you can make memories, everlasting memories. It's where I reconnect with my mother and father, even though they're not with me in body. I know that they are with me in spirit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Hi, my name is John Cicerelli. I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. So we care for Alum Rock Park and all the visitors that come there. I do want to make sure to reiterate May 14th is our main celebration. So please join us for that. But also throughout the summer, a couple dozen different events, anything from entertainment and fun to interpretation, etc. So there's something for everybody. It's a lot of family fun. Before I thank some staff, I do want to recognize though that the original residents of this land were the Tamian people. And they in fact had a village there along Penitencia Creek. It went up to Mineral Springs, which they considered a sacred site. So I do want to make sure we recognize that as part of our event. I want to thank the mayor, Councilmember Cohen and Carrasco for putting aside some funding so we can do all these fun things through the summer and recognize what this park does. I want to thank our partners, the Open Space Authority, for example, who will actually be recognizing the park as well at their meeting on Thursday. Valley Water, Youth Science Institute, who's a long-term partner there, the Tamian Nation, of course, the San Jose Conservation Corps, who comes out and does work with us there, both to protect fire and clear trails and things like that. Our own particular staff, led by Avio Tom, our Deputy Director, Dan Greeley, our Parks supervisor or manager over there, Danny Hazlett and Joe Wynn, Parks Facility Supervisors, and their team, Chris Boyer, Christina Kratzman, Noah Rouleau, who are all helping the planning and programming that I just talked about for the summer. So they've been working hard. Mark Rayner, who's an exhibit builder, but he's also sort of our de facto historian for Alum Rock Park, and he does great research. Our supervising park rangers, this is certainly our most significant park when it comes to park rangers. And while it's a great wild area, that presents its own dangers and challenges. So we're constantly having to be there and making sure people are safe. Our supervising park rangers, Pam Helmke and Lucia Wade. I do want to particularly, and their whole team of rangers, but I do want to particularly call out who are here today. Senior Ranger Matt Madrinsky, who's leading the effort to restore the Mineral Springs, and Senior Ranger Wee Mack, who's leading the effort to restart their interpretive program, not only in Alum Rock, but in other parks in our city. So with that, and there, by the way, our Rangers will celebrate their 50th year anniversary of being a program this year. So that's another milestone we'll be talking about soon. So we have a quick 2-minute video to get you guys excited and interested in going to Alum Rock Park. If we can please share that.
One of my favorite things about Alum Rock would have to be the history, especially walking around to different areas of the park, coming into the park, you don't think there's a lot of history behind it, but once you read the different information boards in front of the log cabin area or Mineral Springs, you get to learn more about what makes the park unique and sets it apart from other locations.
There's always something new to learn every day, be it about the history of the park, the natural ecology. There's always a new bird to see, and then share it with the community.
People go for the hiking trails, and there's different levels of that. Whether you're not an experienced hiker or not, you can go to different ranges. If you're more so just wanting to get a scenic location, I think this is a good spot to be at. There's a variety and kind of keeps your interest alive with spending more time at Alum Rock Park.
This is its 150th anniversary this year. It has been a gem of the community. It is one of the oldest city parks in the state of California and acts as a time capsule for the history of our city. There's such a beautiful history to this area, and it's so integral to the community. It has a place of relaxation, recreation, and education.
That link can take you to more information. I want to thank John Amayan, our videographer, for that. It doesn't look as great on there, but if you look at it on a regular screen, it looks really good. It's really good stuff. The mayor.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, John. I just want to repeat my thanks to all the great stewards of this park. And John appropriately started with the Tamiano Ohlone and their ancestors. And of course, today, our park rangers, our understaffed park maintenance team that works so hard, and the many volunteers who make this jewel of our city really shine. So I want to thank everyone. And with that, let's present this commendation to you, John, and we look forward to many celebrations in the week ahead. Okay, good. Perfect. Are you done? Awesome. Okay. All right, Councilmember Crosco is here, so she'll be able to remain here. But I see Pedro Perez and other friends here, ready to celebrate the Meshiko New Year. We will be, I know there'll be, I guess March 12th. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay, Councilmember Crosco will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Muchísimas gracias. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Magdalena Carrasco. I represent the east side of San Jose, District 5. And it's my honor to be here to recognize Meshiko New Year. The sunrise of Sunday, March 12th, marks the Aztec New Year known as, you're going to have to help me, Yankuik Shuik. Yankuik Shuik. On this joyous day, we honor the rich history of the Aztecs and the Nahua people who celebrate this holiday since pre-Columbian times. Traditionally, Meshiko New Year is celebrated with the lighting of ocote, or pine wood, candles, sunrise ceremonies, with intricate dancing and rhythmic drumming, and more recently with impressive firework displays. You'll also see dancers performing incredible dances while sporting stunning detailed regalia made of colorful feathers and fine cloths. And today, across the Americas, these celebrations are still in full swing. In a time where mainstream has struggled to acknowledge that which is not mainstream, this proclamation serves to honor the beautiful culture of the Azteca people. These festivities remind us to challenge our perspective and decolonize our minds. Because many times, the art and culture of Native peoples is mostly exhibited through the lens of the oppressor and in relation to the past, which strips it from its humanity. It's often suspended in history, divorced from contemporary relevance. I bring this proclamation forward to say that Native people are not on view for us, but instead, we are in conversation with them. Locally, San Jose is home to an indigenous population of 5,726. That's less than 1%. Less than 1% of our total population. And according to the 2020 census data nationwide, that number stands at 3.7 million, about 1.1% of the total population. In that understanding, we thank Grupo Calpulli Totonaleque for sharing with us their traditions. It's a true gift that this culture is kept alive in San Jose. And it's with deep, deep respect and appreciation that I give thanks to the many sponsors that embrace our indigenous groups and give a platform so that these traditions take center stage. I invite you to celebrate the 24th annual Aztec New Year's festivities and share space with our indigenous tribes in our beautiful Prush Park this weekend, starting Friday through Sunday. I highly encourage you to come for the whole weekend, but especially Friday, as it will be historic, seeing that the Muwekma Ohlone will be doing their ceremonial dance for the first time in 150 years. It will be a weekend full of culture, dance, and good company. In honor of today, I'd like to present this proclamation. Mayor, you have it. Oh, Mayor, you have it. To Pedro Perez and Mitlapili Gonzalez with Grupo Calpulli Totonaleque, which translates to community of guardians who accompany the sun. This is a culture group based here in San Jose who for years have worked hard to ensure that this culture is maintained and even make its way to mainstream. Their program embraces our kiddos and families and remind us to value our connection to indigenous culture, to respect and honor the land that we stand on, and to view the world beyond what we see, to recognize the life and spirit among every living being. Gracias. Love for you to come and say a few words.
On behalf of Calpulli Tonaleque, we'd like to extend our sincerest gratitude to Mayor Sam Liccardo and the City Council members for this proclamation. We also would like to especially thank Mayor Sam Liccardo, City Council members Magdalena Carrasco, Sergio Jimenez, Raul Perales, and Silvia Arenas for their contributions to our ceremony. We are happy to recuperate our culture and specifically our ancient Aztec calendar that has evolved from a symbol of cultural pride to a tool that we use now on a daily basis. We are entering the year Matlacli Tochtli, 10 house. In our Nahuatl language and philosophy, Matlacli means the joining of the hands, and the number 10 is represented by our fingers. It also represents the duality of our hands. As we say in our culture, with two hands, we make tortillas. Our hands also represents reflection, as one hand is the mirror image of the other. Like the mirror we look at every day, it helps us get to know ourselves better. Tochtli in our native language means rabbit. The rabbit is a symbol of the fertility of the earth and all beings influenced by the moon. It represents fertility, multiplicity, creativity, and pleasure. In one of our ancient stories, they say the symbol of the rabbit is stamped on the moon.
It's no coincidence that the time of conception to birth for rabbits is the same time as a moon cycle of 28 days. Those born on the symbol Toshli are also very fertile, not only in procreation, but also with the intellectual creativity, with always innovative ideas. With this in mind, we would like to invite our entire community to join us this weekend for our 24th annual Meshiko New Year at the beautiful Prush Park in the heart of east side of San Jose, home of the largest Meshiko New Years in the world. We are also happy to announce our first annual Cali Native Nights this Friday evening in collaboration with our local Muwekma Ohlone tribe, who will be coming out dancing, as Magdalena mentioned, for the first time in over 150 years. The members of our Kalpuli Tonaleke and our collaborating organizations have worked very hard voluntarily all year to raise funds to make this gathering what it will be this weekend. We do this with the intention of unity and healing always, but especially for those who have survived these past 2 years during this pandemic. Together, we take one step closer in the direction of healing and abundance for all. Tlaso Kamati, thank you very much. Remember, you are the medicine. Omateo.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Councilmember Arenas is making her way down to recognize and commend Kanta, Kiatani, and family. Welcome anyone who'd like to join us to celebrate.
Thank you, Mayor. As my guests come and join me up here, I'm just going to say good afternoon to everyone else. I have the absolute honor to recognize a dedicated community member in my district, Kanta, Kiatani. And when I think about Kanta, I think of all the warmth and positivity and passion that she exudes for our community and families. And if love or sunshine can have a human form, it would be Kanta. She has devoted so much time and tireless efforts and invaluable services. Patricia, it's okay. She's also very, very happy for Kanta. Patricia is our president of our Evergreen Leaders Association, who Kanta is part of. And as I was saying, I know that she's sunshine in human form, but she's also a force to be reckoned with, because she has fought really hard for our seniors in our city seniors commission, as well as in the Evergreen Leadership Group. She's provided a warm space for our Indian community to celebrate their Diwali celebration every year. I look forward to it this year once again, Kanta, or whenever we are ready to actually do that. She has really led by example, by inspiring individuals through her passion for public service. And really, I could go on and on about her accomplishments, but I think one of her greatest accomplishments is her family and her newborn baby granddaughter, Audrey. And so congratulations for that. Oh, and her wonderful, wonderful husband, Locke, who is always there at her side. providing moral support and actually also getting his hands into the mix when it comes to anything to do with our community. And so thank you so much, Log, because this recognition is not only for Kanta, but for her family. And you as her husband, you're her life partner, and you've shared that passion and enthusiasm with her. And so thank you for your service as well. So it might say Kanta there, but you know that it also has Locke implicitly written there. So I really just want to thank you, Kanta, for all the work that you've done. And the people who are standing next to Kanta are some of the people who work with her on a daily, or we used to before the pandemic. And so I want to thank Melina, Mo, Ruth had to go, and David. And so thank you so much for being here. I wasn't sure if you wanted to share just a little message. Oh my gosh. That's the first. You really scared me. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mo. I am the Recreation Supervisor for the Evergreen Community Center. Here with me today, I actually have Ruth Perez. She is the gerontology specialist overseeing all of our active adult population. And it has been an absolute pleasure working with Kanta. She's amazing. She has dedicated and supported countless hours to our active adult community as well as our District 8 area.
I just want to quickly say thank you to Kanta. We genuinely appreciate everything you do, and we are extremely thankful to have her on our team. She's shown her support across all of our senior programs, special events, and has provided resources to our active adult community. We are forever going to be grateful for her hard work and dedication, as it does not go unnoticed. Thank you, Kanta.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayors Ricardo and Councilwoman Sylvia Rina. I have been Evergreen resident since 1986, and I've been here in the community from Evergreen community from 2006. I've been working with them, and I've been with the community. I've been with the senior centers, and plus with the Evergreen area outside seniors. We get together, we do all the things. I really thanks to senior center, which they gave us some opportunity for the senior to do a lot of work there. We come for the exercise, we come for the lunch, we come to meet each other when they're alone at home. This is like a part of their, it's like a second home for them. They come and spend their time out there. And really, I'm very fortunate to be part of this community. And I'm continue to feel like I'll be doing this there. And as much I can with our senior, they do need a lot of help. Plus, I make them to be a part of the community and share their own talent. So they can feel like they are a part of this area. They are not like a waste society. Give them empowerment. That's my goal is. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you. And Ruth Perez and plus you guys are doing wonderful job at the community center. And seniors are really enjoying it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kanta. Take a picture. I'll give this to you. All right, on orders of the day, staff is requesting a deferral of 1 week on item 2.15 for actions related to the naming rights of the Ice Center of San Jose and the competition arena. Are there any other changes to the printed agenda?
Mayor, this is Sergio. I have my hand raised. I'm not sure if you see it, but
Yeah, forgive me, Councilmember. Thank you for jumping in. Go ahead.
yeah, I wanted to also ask for a 2-week deferral of item 8.3, which is the commercial linkage fee, to allow for a little bit more outreach.
Okay. That's a
And I've
request.
spoken with staff, and I don't think there's an issue with it, but anyhow, wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay, is that a motion, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes,
Can you repeat what number that is?
I believe it's 8.3, the commercial linkage fee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the motion. Any other comments or questions? I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the, if anyone has their hand up on.
Second,
Zoom.
Mayor, that Councilmember Perales here, if there wasn't a second.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. There is now a second. I see. Yes, Vice Mayor? Is it possible we could push that one more week, Councilmember Jimenez? I think you.
So essentially 3 weeks, just to better align with whatever's coming before us.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's okay.
Okay. So I'm getting the indication from our city manager that may be easier schedule-wise on the calendar as well. Okay, and that's okay with the seconder?
Yes.
All right, other items to pull, I'm sorry, rather to changes to the printed agenda. Okay, let's vote on orders of the day.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, let's move on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any items to report out of closed session today.
Okay, thank you. On the consent calendar, in addition to any items that the council would like to pull, and I welcome anyone raising their hands, I know we are blessed to have Irish Vice Consul General, and forgive me, Vice Consul, if I mispronounce your name, I believe it's Dorian O'Brien, is on Zoom and would like to speak on item 2.8, which is the City Hall Tower and Rotunda lighting for St. Patrick's Day in celebration of our sister city relationship with Dublin. And I believe Councilmember Carrasco would like to pull item 2.13, which relates to the projects at Emma Prush. And Councilmember Foley would like to pull item 2.18 regarding the approval of District 9 mayoral candidate forum. Are there other items to be pulled from my colleagues? Okay, so why don't we go first to item 2.8. And Vice Consul, are you with us? Let me ask Tony if you're able to see him in the audience.
Yes, we're promoting him.
Hi there.
Or her, forgive me. Thank you.
No,
My mistake.
Can you hear and see me?
Thank
okay?
you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Don't worry about my name. It is absolutely impossible to read and pronounce. It's
Could you pronounce it for us?
it's Diran. It's Diran.
Thank you.
But as I say, all the vowels certainly do not help. But thank you so much for having me here today. Our Consul General Robert O'Driscoll was due to speak to you today, but he and his wife actually welcomed their second baby yesterday. So he sends his hopefully understandable regrets. But it is an absolute pleasure. And I'm honoured and delighted to speak to you all during this St. Patrick's Day season, as we say, to mark Ireland's National Day and indeed Irish American Heritage Month. As you may know, this time of year is an incredibly important one for us Irish, the Irish diaspora, and anyone affiliated with Ireland. And this year, actually 2022, marks really important anniversaries for Irish political and cultural history. It's the centenary of the formation of Ireland's first independent state, and it's also 100 years since the publication of James Joyce's Ulysses, which I'm sure you've all heard of. One note, I think it's important to say that as we as a community mark this St. Patrick's Day, we do so against the backdrop of a war in Europe. So I just want to take this opportunity to declare Ireland's solidarity with Ukraine and to acknowledge the resilience and courage of their people. Democratic and humanitarian values are central to Irish identity, and Russia's aggression against Ukraine is unjustified, unprovoked, and immoral, and it really is a gross violation of international law and the UN Charter. We in Ireland are providing tangible support through the European Union bilaterally, and we've also lifted visa requirements for those entering Ireland from Ukraine. It's also, I think, important to acknowledge that this St. Patrick's Day coincides with the gradual lifting of public health restrictions as the threat posed by the pandemic recedes. And many people, we're really glad to say, will celebrate St. Patrick's Day in person this year, and that we can do so in a safe manner. I think we really feel is a big success, and I'm sure you'll all agree. So this St. Patrick's Day, we're celebrating three things. So firstly, the Irish community in California, I believe over 2 million in the state claim Irish descent, and the manner in which they've weathered the storm over the past 2 years. We also remember the shared history and heritage between Ireland and California. There's arguably nowhere in the world where Ireland has had a more formative impact than the Golden State. It's kind of through an accident of history, and I'm sure this is the same for many countries, but the darkest moment in Irish history, the famine, coincided with the gold rush in California. So Irish really came here in the droves in the 1800s and really haven't stopped since. And there's been many influential Irish and Irish Americans in the state, not least a woman who we at the Irish Consulate celebration commemorated this month, Kate Kennedy. And for those of you who don't know, Kennedy was a San Francisco school teacher born in Meath, Ireland, who won the landmark California Supreme Court judgment establishing equal pay for equal work in California. But she's just one example of the Irish who played an instrumental role in this city. And finally, we celebrate the dynamic and vibrant contemporary links between Ireland and California, which really have demonstrated enormous resilience over the last 2 years. So today, I think over 45,000 people in Ireland are employed in companies headquartered in the US West Coast, and around 30,000 Californians are employed in Irish-owned companies here. And I know that San Jose is twinned with Dublin, which is a really important, vibrant aspect of the relationship, not least with driving relationships in the technology sector. In 2019, over 250,000 Californians visited Ireland, and almost 60,000 Irish came to California, which is a hugely vibrant exchange of our people post-pandemic. And post-pandemic, I mean, we really want to see this return. So we're really delighted that the direct flight between Dublin and San Francisco has returned. We're not resting on our laurels, however, and we don't take this relationship for granted. So over the last 2 years, the Irish government has demonstrated our commitment to California by opening a new Consulate General in LA. We've opened a new screen sector office there. We opened a new tourism island here in San Francisco. And we've also appointed a cultural attaché for the West Coast. We in the consulate have also just moved to a brand new landmark office, Ireland House San Francisco, which integrates our diplomatic, trade and tourism agencies, deepening our footprint here and getting ready for the next stage of our relationship. We know we can continue to build on these linkages, and we will do more and more in California, and engagements like this at every level are so important for strengthening the relationship. And on that note, I just want to thank you so much for inviting me here to speak today, and best of luck to those who might be participating in the Shamrock Fun Run this weekend as well. So Gur Mila Magat, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Vice Consul. We appreciate your words and your partnership. And on behalf of my Tipperary County-born grandmother, I will say she will not rest until we do have a direct flight from San Jose to Dublin as well. So I look forward to your partnership in securing that very important flight. And we look forward to continued celebration of our sister city relationship, which is so important, as well as all that happens around St. Patrick's. All right. On this item, we can hear public comment at this time. Tony?
Okay, before I call the first name, I forgot to read the script regarding public comment at the beginning of the meeting, so I'm going
Okay.
to do that now. I want to remind council members and members of the public to follow our code of conduct at meetings. This includes commenting on the specific agenda item only and addressing the full body. Public speakers will not engage in a conversation with the council members or staff. All members of the council, staff, and public are expected to refrain from abusive language. Repeated failure to comply with the code of conduct, which will disturb, disrupt, or impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, may result in removal from the meeting. The first speaker is Blair Beekman, and the comment is specifically on item 2.8, Rotunda lighting for St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to comment on the lighting ceremony, and just I wanted to offer a congratulations that, you know, year after year at this time we talk about and celebrate a sister city relationship with Dublin, and it's a very strong, good, and healthy relationship. And I just wanted to remind yourselves at this time that it's the sister city process that's at the local level that develops really important, good, open communication and practices for ourselves that can very much help in difficult times when our national governments are facing difficulties. I think the Sister City program is a very important program. Thank you for this item at this time.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, I want to thank the city for finally recognizing other holidays that are important, which St. Patrick's Day is. I'm glad we have a sister city like Dublin. I wonder if their city council meetings have these type of rules that are dictated before we go to speak. Probably not. But yeah, I'm happy they're lighting the rotunda. I wish they do it for Christmas and other holidays. And also for St. Joseph's Day, I vote for that one too. It's kind of a brother holiday for Italian Americans on March 19th. And once again, I'd like to thank the representative from Dublin for. I wish we had her as our city council people. She sounds like a really nice person, and I'm glad that we are partnered up with Dublin, and it's going to be a great relationship from now until, you know, the end of time, really. And I'm really happy that the city's actually doing something positive. Usually it's not. And if it makes me happy, then that's you guys actually did something right this week. Usually you don't. Usually you don't. You guys do the wrong thing every single time. This is definitely the right thing. Even though I have an Italian surname, I have a lot of Irish heritage, so it also makes me happy in that way. And let's face facts. It's fun to have a drink on St. Patrick's Day. I hope everybody goes to Mass and has lots of Guinness afterwards. Thanks a lot.
Brian Darby.
Thank you for the specific information and the direction. Consent. I do think St. Patrick's Day is a wonderful day to celebrate, and the cultural heritage shared around the world by people of Irish descent and who live in Ireland. I'm a big part of my family was Irish. A big part of my family didn't make it through the famine, actually. The part that led to where we're at now, to me, did, but we lost lots of people, and it's a very important to understand that famine did happen and what led up to it and the effect it's even had now. The representative from Ireland was also from Dublin, was very, very well spoken, and I think the flight from from San Jose to Dublin would be wonderful too. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. And best wishes certainly to Consul General. I believe he's still awaiting the birth, or he may have just celebrated the birth, but in any event, we hope all is well with his child and mom. Okay. On to item 2.13. Councilmember Carrasco, I believe you'd like to speak on this all-inclusive playground at Emma Prush.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I saw John or someone from the Parks Department. John, are you there? Where are you? Oh, there you are. John, simple question. This is just standard procedure and it's not going to delay our timeline. You know, we've been waiting for this beautiful all-inclusive and I saw the design, which is going to be,
The big chicken.
it's a
We'll
big
have the
chicken,
biggest
you guys.
chicken anywhere in the Bay Area
Yes,
for all the kids to play on.
it's going to be a beautiful chicken. Yeah, yeah.
Now the little chickens have someone to look up.
Yes, a big role model of a chicken. But it's not going to delay, is what I'm asking.
I'm sorry.
It won't delay the timeline.
What do you,
It won't delay the timeline.
what, the chicken?
No, the rebidding.
I can't hear the word. What? Sorry, my hearing's not that great. It's hard with the math.
The rebidding, sir.
Oh, no, the timeline's, I believe completion is January.
Thank you, Councilmember Matt Kano, Public Works. No, actually, we already rebid it. This is just approving that rebid and we're moving straight into construction, assuming it gets approved tonight.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to thank you, John, and thank you, Matt. And I wanted to pull this because we've been talking about parks for so long, and it's such an important piece of the city. And wanted to especially just call out Emma Prush because Emma Prush plays such an important role on the east side of San Jose. It's for everyone here who's not familiar with Emma Prush, it was a beautiful park that was donated by a wonderful woman back in 1862. And since then, it's really served as a beautiful magnet for our residents. It has a preschool. My now 19-year-old son was a little hatchery participant. I just read at the preschool there for Read Across America. My team partnered there just a few weeks ago with Save the Bay to teach about urban greening. Of course, we know that Vegilution provides our city urban farmland a space for agricultural programming. They do wonderful programming, free yoga the first Saturday of the month. I've had free paint nights there for our residents. They teach cooking classes and composting, all kinds of wonderful stuff. Of course, you know that this weekend they're going to have the largest Meshiko Indigenous New Year celebration in the world. And of course, I host my Christmas tree giveaway. I've had budget meetings there, Mayor. You've been there talking to our residents. I've had my leadership events. And I throw the largest national night out event. My staff made a mistake. They said in the city. You know, it's not in the city. It's in the region. Let's be clear. In the region. Yes, absolutely. With thousands and thousands of residents, because that's where they get their resources and their information. And I want to point something out because this is the kind of center that Emma Prush has come to be known for. During the pandemic, Emma Prush has provided 7,500 vaccinations during one of the most challenging times that we've seen. And I just wanted to point out that having the all-inclusive playground is going to be yet just another highlight for our residents. And I want to thank all of you. I want to thank you, John, Matt. I want to thank your entire team. This is going to be such an amazing experience for our families, those who are really facing some challenges with their little ones, who may not have any other place where they can take their little ones and have accommodations, where they can take their families and their children with challenges and truly have a place to enjoy a moment with true dignity and be able to participate. I also want to thank the county with the leadership of Supervisor Chavez, who has contributed, I believe, up to $2 million for the construction of this beautiful playground with a big giant chicken right in the middle of it. And if you all are wondering what this big giant chicken is all about, it's a structure where children are going to be able to run in and run out and be able to play around it. It's unlike anything that any of you have ever seen, but it's really beautiful. And I hope that we can maybe at some point see it online in case people are curious about it. So with that, Mayor, I just wanted to point it out and thank everyone because I think it's finally going to happen and we'll get a chance to start experiencing it. The last thing I just want to say is there's a lot of promise and possibility on the east side of San Jose, Prush Park being one of them. I want to make sure that that never falls off the radar. There's a beautiful red barn where we used to host, because of the pandemic, we don't have the livestock there, but we had livestock there for I think it was the 4-H club, and hopefully they'll come back because the kiddos really loved seeing them, feeding them. But I just want you to envision going over the ramps of Highway 680, 280, and 101, and the possibility of lighting up that red barn during the holidays and how beautiful that would look if we could do that during the holidays, Christmas, and especially in the evenings, and be able to really showcase and show it off to everyone that crosses those ramps. So I want to put that little bug in your ear for everyone to hear. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. On to public comment on this item, Tony.
Brian Darby.
I think that's a wonderful idea. I like the idea of inclusive parks. Been working with folks with physical challenges for 42 years now, 43 years. And that's been something that we've always hoped for. And it does make a big difference. So thank you for that. I'm done. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. It's nice to hear Councilperson Carrasco be happy and talking about an East Side Park. It's obviously like a really good park for all of us. And boy, it's been so stressful to be considering this current state of what East Side Parks can be, and to hear the, just to hear the good about what Emma Prush is about and what it will be always working towards. Meanwhile, it's kind of an example for all of us, I think, for our future. So thanks for this item. I quickly wanted to ask that the chickens that are a part of Emma Prush Park are like incredible. And, I love them very much. I don't know how, I just felt I should bring this up at this time, as important as a huge giant chicken can be for kids to play around and to be on. Is that the right example for the chickens? Will we be denigrating the chickens and their part in the park process? Will we be taking out some sort of, I don't know, organic character by then now creating this large celebratory chicken as a playground center? I don't want to, I'm not sure. I just thought I would bring that up at this time as a question to ask. Maybe it is a good idea that we celebrate the chickens of Emma Prush even more, which it is a good thing, can be a good thing. Either way, it's all good. And the chickens of Emma Prush are just a really important part of the whole park experience. And so I'm feeling pretty good in talking about it now. I just thought I'd mention the subject. Thanks a lot.
Calling user 1.
Good that we are supporting all the parks. I think one of the few good things that came out of the pandemic was realizing how important they are and the maintenance of them, which is very difficult when you have so many. And Emma Prush is definitely, a 5-star park and well kept. I hope it stays that way. The East Side isn't the only area of town that has the parks that are in disrepair. I mean, other parks, we all need money to go to these parks, and we found out how important they were when we maybe didn't realize how great they were before the pandemic. But I believe in lighting up the barn for Christmas time, and I also believe that City Hall should do their rotunda lit up for Christmas time. Remember, all of the people on City Council get paid for Christmas, but for some reason forget to mention it, don't want to honor it, want to just call it a holiday. I want to actually thank Carrasco, which I don't usually do, that she wants to light up the barn for Christmas. She actually said the word. She wasn't afraid to use it like some other people I know in City Council, Pam Foley. Yeah, I mean, like I say, light these things up for all holidays. Don't just pick and choose. Why not? You know, I'm open, and I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a resident. And sometimes I feel that maybe my holidays are not celebrated for, I don't know, political reason, maybe political correctness. I think you all know who you are. But yeah, can you imagine I'm thanking Carrasco today? Mark that on your calendar, people. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Yes, I wanted to thank Michael, caller number one, for all of his participation, but mostly, you know, that he was noticing that, you know, we appreciated our parks and our outdoor space under COVID, and that's so critical. So thank you, Michael, for realizing that, and that we need to put our values on that issue of our outdoor space. And so this proposal to put an inclusive playground at Emma Prush is valuable to have that. But we really have to remember what Emma Prush was about, is that she gave all that land to be used for agricultural purposes. I think that was it. And there was another, actually, where our old city hall, from my historic research, was also given for only agricultural purposes, and we broke those promises. And then the state also broke the promise with Emma Prush in taking some of the land for the 280 highway. And so, you know, we have to start really thinking about really preserving our lands and you know, giving it back to growing food and natural uses. And that, you know, like Paul Soto has said, you know, we have taken the lands from that's what, I mean, even people are saying, we honor the Muwekma Ohlone people and the lands that were stolen from them. So this is our heritage of what we need to make amends to, reparations, is giving back the land to the people to provide sustenance, because that's where we are right now, is that we are in a climate emergency. We have to stop burning fossil fuels. So that means we have to start having a hyper-local economy. And the Emma Prush Park is an essential part of that. And we need to spread that of growing food locally.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. Unless someone has any chicken puns, we'll move on to the next item. Item 2.18 is approval of the District 9 mayoral candidate forum. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually asked to poll this to invite everybody to my upcoming mayoral candidate town hall that I'm hosting this coming Monday, March 14th at 6:30 via Zoom. Every candidate is invited, and every resident in the city of San Jose is invited to attend as well. It's not the first city-sponsored mayoral candidate forum that you're going to see, and it won't be the last, but it will be the one that I'm running, so I hope you'll be there. To register for this event, feel free to call us, and we'll get you the link information. It's important for all of us to be aware and prepared when we vote on this really important race when it comes to us in June. I'd like to thank Councilmember Perales, Davis, and Mahan for accepting the invitation to attend. Cindy Chavez, one of the other candidates, is attending, and then we have a couple other declared candidates who will be participating as well. So I hope you can all make it. I will see you virtually, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tony?
Okay, this is for comments on the mayoral candidate town hall only. Tessa Woodmansey.
Oh, thank you so much, Pam Foley. Great job of doing that. And on top of it, that you're allowing all the mayoral candidates, because my son, Marshall Woodman C, is running for mayor. And basically, the one thing I was thinking, and what I also appreciated, Pam, is that you did open it to all the mayoral candidates. So thank you. That was wonderful. And on top of it, that it's going to be virtual. And that is so accessible. And that is what, we've learned is to how to make things accessible, because that is the way we reduce our fossil fuels, is we don't have to drive to places. And so keeping that going is the lesson that we've learned. We saw the air was clear, the mountains were visible all around the world. And so following through to keep that, and democracy is so much more improved through our virtualization. So thank you, Pam, for keeping it virtual and doing that. And in addition, the issue is that when people run for candidates and we have a open ballot, that we send ballots to everybody, everything is in through the mail now, which is wonderful. But the thing is, you have to pay, like, I think it was like $2,500 for a council member, and it's $8,000 to have your bio and your platform put onto the voting guide. And that's
Tessa, this doesn't have anything to do with the item.
Well, I'm talking about the mayoral candidate and the fact, how does somebody even become?
Paperwork, that has nothing to do with this item.
All right, well, fine. Then that is something that needs to be addressed, but I'll address it some other time. So the thing is we need to have our candidacy open to all. And that's something we need to work on to make it easily. There's no barriers to becoming candidates, because we need all of our 3.5 pounds of brains to really solve the problems that we are facing. And so more people that can do that, the better, and the more we can hear.
Brian Darby.
Thank you very much for that. I think, and yes, Councilperson Foley, thank you for putting this together with the 3 mayoral candidates. I think you're all fine people and you're going to try really hard. I'm not sure now. I had definite decisions, but that's good that this forum is going to be there. And to the present administration, I know we can't direct anybody particular on the council, but I'm going to take a chance. Mayor Liccardo, thank you for your service. I'm done.
Jill Borders.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. I just want to thank Councilmember Foley for doing this. I got my email in the mail saying that you were having one. I was thrilled. I'm thrilled that it's on Zoom, and I wanted to thank you very much for this. I want to also say how impressed I was with being able to click on registering and then click on send a question, and the question, everything just was seamless the way that it was set up. So I was impressed with that. Thank you. I think you've made it very easy for people to submit a question. And then also thank you for inviting everybody, all of the mayoral candidates, to attend. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm very grateful that you're having it. Thank you so much.
Edgar.
My name is Edgar Ariano. I just hope that there is space within the town hall to speak on how the candidate, which is part of the Vision Zero task force, I believe, how they are seeking to increase more sustainable approaches to Vision Zero by using maybe infrastructure or educational approaches, as opposed to the current trend, which seems to be a little bit more towards the enforcement side. Not disagreeing that there needs to be some of that, but even within the goals or just the plain language set out at present, there doesn't seem to be a definition of goals or how it feeds into Vision Zero. So I hope that there is some discussion on really expanding the tools on getting more infrastructure and educational sort of programs into the city to address this whole traffic violence and all the deaths that are happening here in the city. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, I hope there's enough time for questions, answers, and not a lot of hot air at the beginning. That seems to be like a lot of these meetings where you're not able, it's just, the first hour is just nothing, adds zero value. I hope the residents are going to be able to ask questions and the candidates are going to be able to speak about things. And I hope that it's not about nonsense, right? Like, caring about things that are maybe on an international basis. We need to figure out what's going on here in this city, our infrastructure, our poor response time for emergency medical, our roads, our parks, our libraries, and making these projects, a go, if they're going to go, and if they are, they have to be, well planned. And it seems as if they're not. Like I say, there needs to be things spoken about and not filled with a bunch of BS for the first hour, which seems to happen in a lot of Pam Foley's town halls. While they're well intentioned and it's nice that she has them and they're very well organized, like the other caller said, I'd like there to be a little bit more substance than fluff. A lot of fluff out there for these kind of things, because I don't think that a lot of these candidates have much to say. And let's see, I'm gonna hold everybody to it. Let's see if you can talk on real issues and talk about solving real problems versus what I call fluff. But I dare anybody to do it right. Thanks a lot.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I'll try to be short and quick at this time. I hope you can have time for public comment on the remainder of the consent calendar items and about the mayor candidate.
Yes, Brian, we will. In just a moment, I promise.
Thank you. About the mayor candidate town hall, thank you to Pam Foley for describing how you can participate as a public in the process. And it's my real hope in the future that the future of mayoral voting guides, the voting guides for the mayoral process, it doesn't have to cost $8,000 to have your name and a short summary of yourself placed.
That has nothing to do with the town hall.
I disagree, but understood. Thank you for your time.
Back to council.
All right. Councilmember Foley has announced a no fluff policy.
No fluff, got it. No politician speaking, got it.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes. Right. Okay. Would anyone like to speak on any other items on consent? This is now a time for public comment on consent generally.
Oh.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman. Item 2.9 is about you've developed a new towing contract with Unique Towing. It's my hope that with the issues of the Columbus Park area, is there any way to get some sort of a city sponsorship of the remaining vehicles that are there and that can work to help to tow the cars, with the people who are there and work out an arrangement so their cars can be towed, at their needs, to where they need it to be taken. It's a bit of a stretch to do that, but it would provide a very important community service and really help to facilitate the remaining cars that are there and space, and it would offer good feelings and goodwill and be a part of a good process for the future of the area. Good luck if you can work on that issue. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so what Blair was talking about in regards to the towing and issues with cars, we have a lot of issues with cars. And what we have to do is really, like we say, ban cars. We need to ban cars. And so much of the problems we have when we have towing. I mean, one of the things that used to happen in San Francisco is that they would tow cars that, were parked so that we could truly clean our streets. And we don't clean our streets well. We know that that's been a recurring problem. But they would tow in San Francisco if you were parked when the cleaning trucks would come. So that is another good reason to do towing. However, the whole issue of our cars and the impacts of them have to really be evaluated as we go forward in our climate, that we are in a climate crisis and we need to stop burning fossil fuels, keep it in the ground. And what that means is no driving. And that's where we have to create banning rules of cars. So, I guess the tow trucks are trying to enforce that. but that's a lot of fossil fuels to enforce it as it becomes, it just increases the problems we're having, just like the wars in Russia and Ukraine and all that is just increasing our fossil fuel use. And so what I'm trying to say is that we need to be banning and have that be as we go forward, to ban them to be parking on our streets. That's giving the roads, which are there for our transport. And somebody was complaining, I think it was Michael, caller number one, saying we pay for these roads and therefore, we get superiority. That's not true. They pay for the roads because they break the roads. They're all the use of the roads. That's where those tax dollars and registration fees come into. But the roads are for everyone. And therefore, we shouldn't be parking on the roads. They should be for transport.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, talk about banning cars. You need to ban tow companies. How predatory is this unique towing? I like the name Unique Towing. Really? Is it unique? It's got a city contract. Is anybody related to the people on city council who own Unique? I wonder sometimes how these sweetheart contracts come about and how these towing companies always degenerate into predatory because that's how they make money. And what are you going to do? Fight the city? Good luck with that, right? So I'd like to know the transparency of how this vendor was picked as the towing company, the unique towing company for the city of San Jose. I'd really like to know. And we all know that, like I say, these cities always degenerate into what? Towing cars to get money, to generate revenue. You all know it. It's all happened here and everywhere else. I mean, I swear to God, this city reminds me of like a bad southern city, maybe like in Alabama or something. Instead of flying a Confederate flag, this place flies a rainbow flag, which is fine. But the city politics are dirty, and you guys know it. And I like to know the transparency of it. I wonder if anybody could answer, even though I'm not allowed to ask the question in my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. We don't have a motion yet, do we?
Move approval.
Thank you. That's an approval of all items on the consent calendar.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
I have Carrasco for the second. Did I mishear that?
I think so. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, we're on to 3.1, which is the report of city manager, and I appreciate our chief and many of our top police officials have been waiting patiently. So I think we have an announcement.
Yes, we do. I'm very honored and proud to say we have a hero in our audience today, and that is our own San Jose police officer, Pedro Garcia. So can you acknowledge yourself, Pedro? Just in that for a minute. Thank you. And by the way, I understand that your sister is here, Elizabeth, who's also on the police department. And so clearly heroes must run in the Garcia family. So on September 27th, 2021, Officer Pedro Garcia performed a courageous, life-saving act when he pulled a driver from a burning car following a collision on Highway 101. Although this incident happened a little while back, it would be remiss not to take this time to acknowledge Officer Garcia's actions. Officer Garcia was outside of his district on that Sunday morning, but he immediately responded when notified as he was nearby. He was the first responder on the scene, and upon arrival, he saw that a person was inside the burning vehicle. He did not hesitate and quickly ran towards the vehicle. He helped the victim, who was in and out of consciousness, by pulling him out of the vehicle into safety. Due to Officer Garcia's bravery and quick action, the man's life was saved. Officer Pedro Garcia was born and raised in East San Jose. Growing up, he knew that he wanted a career where he'd give back to his community. Law enforcement was the path he chose to fulfill that goal, and we're so grateful that he did. He has now been with the City of San Jose Police Department for 1 year. A lot of years to go, so we're super excited by that. I would like to thank Officer Pedro Garcia and recognize him for his courage and bravery and selfless acts to save a life. So let's give him a round of applause and then. And I would like to invite Chief Mata up from the San Jose Police Department to also to say a few words about Officer Garcia. Thank you, Chief.
Officer Garcia, I'd like to, well, thank you, City Manager, Mayor and Council for recognizing Officer Garcia here today. And as mentioned, your heroic acts that day saved a life. You exemplify the officers, their courage and bravery here at the San Jose Police Department. And those were also shown during the tragic incident at the VTA event last year. Also, you are from San Jose, as the city manager had mentioned. So you are an inspiration not only to the community, but also your sister here today. And I thank you for your dedication, commitment to the department and the community. And again, thank you for everything you do and the hard work that you continue to do here at the police department. Thank you again, Pedro.
Thank you again, and that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you, Officer. Thank you, Chief. All right. On to item 3.3, which is the city roadmap second quarter update. We have a presentation. Welcome, Dolan and Rosalind, and Ray, and Rob, and Angel.
Yep.
So good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the public, and city staff. Dolan Beckel, Director of the Office of Civic Innovation here to introduce today's city roadmap second quarter update. The agenda for today's presentation is first a brief background, a refresher on the city roadmap. Second, the main course, a status report on the objectives and key results for 5 enterprise priorities, those being community and economic recovery, emergency management and preparedness, ending homelessness, safe, vibrant, and inclusive neighborhoods and public life, and last but not least, powered by people. And then we'll briefly touch on current and next steps. In March of 2021, the City Council approved the fiscal year 21-22 city roadmap. The purpose of the roadmap is to focus the city on our most vital change initiatives, which are distinct from core city services. The roadmap is organized around 8 enterprise priorities on the far left, which are associated with 41 initiatives on the right. The administration has made a few updates to the structure of the city roadmap since the council and public last seen it. Most importantly, this includes an updated title for creating housing and preventing homelessness, which now reads ending homelessness. This is to sharpen the city's focus on addressing the needs of the homeless community. With this shift, it made sense to move the North San Jose strategy out of that enterprise priority and into building the San Jose of tomorrow with a downtown for everyone. You will note that we have 5 of the total 8 enterprise priorities for the city roadmap now reporting to council, and we have approximately 150 actual and planned key results being managed so far. So in order to make effective use of everyone's time, the executive sponsors up here with me for each enterprise priorities will just briefly share an overview. We'll address the council member specific questions on key results and comments about those key results during the council question and answer period. I'll now turn the presentation over to the man of many hats, Deputy City Manager, Chief Information Officer, and others, Rob Lloyd.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Rob Lloyd, Deputy City Manager. Here to present the Community and Economic Recovery Data and Budget Committee Support Enterprise Priority, here with Rosalind Huey, also Deputy City Manager. So This priority is about lifting small businesses and families up through leading an equitable recovery. We are seeing community partners, contributors, and staff put equity in action, lift up those families and small businesses, deliver a large number of goals, and act as an engaged task force. The community is committed, bringing their ideas, effort, and experience to the table. The city continues to stretch ourselves with these goals, knowing how important the work is to the council and the community. In Q2, we had 13 green results, that's 68% of the ones we identified, 5 yellow key results, which is 26%, and 1 key result that was red, and that was 5%. This included deploying $26 million of emergency rental assistance round 2 local funds to 2,000 households, enrolling 185 resilience core clients into learning, environmental, and small business pathways, and launching a digital equity awareness campaign. We were challenged to order the 6,160 devices through the Emergency Connectivity Fund. However, pleased to report that the payments have been received in the current Q3, and the goal is tracked for completion. For the new quarter, we will stretch more in terms of the overall number of key results. We are currently working towards these 22 planned key results in Q3. A few highlights on the left: we have opening registration and conduct outreach for upcoming childcare programming for the summer 22 and academic year 2022-2023. In the center, you'll notice conduct resilience core training and work experience opportunities for 150 individuals in high wage, high growth careers. And on the right side, there's 2 items of note, which is create a tenant protections and education strategy and update council on that work, as well as establish recovery committees, structure, and membership within the recovery task force. And so now with that, turning it over to Ray Raridan for the emergency management and preparedness enterprise priority.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'm Ray Reardon, the Director of the Office of Emergency Management. This is the first time that the council and the public will be receiving an update on this enterprise priority. It's made up of 2 initiatives. The first is the vaccination task force, and then second is the soft story building earthquake retrofit policy and program. Within this work, we find ourselves doing response and recovery in parallel among the many unknowns of COVID-19 pandemic has thrown our way in the form of the new variants, especially the Omicron variant. I will note that in the time since the status was accomplished in December, some of these yellows and reds have turned green. In Q2, we had 5 green key results, or 56% completion, 3 yellow key results, or 33%, and 1 red result, or 11%. We definitely want to highlight the effort of our 21 vaccination events that were coordinated with the county in our priority neighborhoods. We were challenged to coordinate sufficient number of provider staff because of the high surge in the need in the vaccination due to Omicron. So we were only able to accomplish 1 out of 3 events in October during Q2. However, we did catch up in January with 8 events, including 2 for employees. In Q3, given the need to continue our response efforts, we worked on towards conducting more events for the employees and with coordinating with the county for vaccinations. Because of this work and given the declining case rates, we ramped down the Emergency Operations Center efforts through the end of February, during the Omicron surge. And so through this quarter, we are currently working towards these 6 planned key results. I will now turn it over to Rosalind for ending homelessness.
Thanks, Ray. Rosalind Huey, Deputy City Manager. And this is also the first time that the council and the public will be receiving an OKR update on this enterprise priority, which is now renamed Ending Homelessness, as Dolan mentioned earlier. We know that from multiple surveys, reports, that in the mayor and city council, that homelessness is a top priority for our community. And we are pleased that we crossed some major milestones in Q2. So in Q2, we had 8 green key results, 2 yellow key results, and no red key results. Our results include opening 2 overnight warming stations, which expanded our shelter capacity by 60 beds, and staff also submitted 2 project home key applications. And while the city received notice that these 2 applications were not funded out of the regional funding pool, they are now being considered in the statewide funding pool, and we should know by the end of the month if they will be awarded. We were challenged in completing the analysis of potential city-owned properties for RV safe parking sites, so we have carried this analysis into the current quarter to identify suitable locations. This work is part of the Quick Build interim housing work plan, and staff will be providing an update on this effort to the Community and Economic Development Committee later this month, with final recommendations to the City Council for its consideration in June. In Q3, you will notice the updated structure with greater focus on homelessness, with the North San Jose strategy moved to the building the San Jose of tomorrow with a downtown for everyone enterprise priority. This greater focus represents our commitment and responsiveness to the needs of the community and direction from our City Council. In Q3, we are working towards the 8 planned key results shown on this slide. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Angel Rios for the Safe, Vibrant, Inclusive Neighborhoods and Public Life Enterprise Priority Update.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. This is the first time that the council and public will be receiving an OKR update on this enterprise priority. The initiatives here represent several critical ways that the city is investing in our neighborhoods, especially around our objectives to steward trust, to keep the community safe, to activate vibrant spaces for people, to access opportunity and services, and to welcome the community through inclusion and belonging. For urgent needs affecting the community, such as traffic safety and childcare, and our long-term transformational work in the areas of police reforms and equity strategy, these OKRs show the city's responsiveness and commitment to lifting up our neighborhoods. In Q2, we had 11 green results, or 73%, 2 yellow key results, or 13%, and 2 red key results, or 13%. This includes completing phases 1 and 2 of the Guadalupe Gardens cleanup, conducting 39 traffic safety outreach events, providing scholarships to San Jose Recreation Preschool and ROC programs, and conducting 2 racial equity workshops with senior and executive staff. We were challenged to make traffic safety improvements at the 9 locations, having completed 4 out of the 9 locations due to the rainy weather conditions in December. However, we continue to work on these traffic safety improvements and will exceed these goals in Q3, given the more favorable weather conditions. In Q3, we will continue to work towards greater traffic safety, increased access to childcare and 311 services, more frequent encampment trash service, and continued rollout of our work in racial equity. This quarter, we are working towards these 17 planned key results. Now I'll turn it over to Lee Wilcox for Powered by People.
Thank you, Angel. Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, councils, and members of the public. The initiatives in the Powered by People priority represent several of the ways that the city is currently supporting, investing in our talented workforce. We continue to be challenged in the current labor market and hiring environment, however. So our team is pursuing several connected strategies to reinforce hiring, retention efforts, and make sure that our employees are able to do their jobs effectively through the drive to digital, supported through wellness and growth opportunities, and valued through workforce experience and retention. In addition to these strategies, we continue to set incredibly high hiring goals to continue to add to our talented workforce. And a lot of these have been reported to you monthly through our Director of Employee Relations and HR, Jennifer Shembry, through emails. In Q2, 60% of our initiatives met our goal, while 20% were greater than 65% or over, and 20% less than 60. And since the Q2, these have continued to improve. Of the goals that were met, this includes successfully deploying 9 new business process automation workflows and completing 2 leadership development pilots around change management and community engagement. However, of the items that we didn't meet, we continue to be challenged with filling the 45 positions allocated in the budget as part of the recovery staffing plan, only hiring 28 of the 45. We continue to be challenged by the local labor market, as well as difficulty hiring for temporary positions and difficulty hiring over the winter holiday. However, as I expressed, we continue to focus in hiring and retention as part of our Q3 results and above, which I'll go over now. In Q3, or right now, we are expanding our efforts to hire and retain our talented workforce, including continued learning and development opportunities, deploying additional process automation workflows, and kicking off a workforce retention pilot program, implementing changes to minimal qualifications and other employee-focused results. In total, we're working on towards 15 planned key results during this quarter. As I mentioned before, Powered by People is the foundation on which all other enterprise priorities sit on, as is our workforce that moves these forward. The challenges we are facing with retaining our existing workforce and successfully recruiting new members to the team will need to be taken into consideration when the administration and the council develop the 22-23 city roadmap as part of the budget process. These staffing constraints, as well as the continued response that we saw last year on the existing roadmap, will result in some initiatives continuing into the next fiscal year, or some initiatives being deprioritized by council as we propose a right-sized roadmap that works to balances the workload of our available staff and resources as we move forward. Lastly, I do want to thank the mayor and the council for stepping in this direction. Obviously, in the midst of a pandemic, trying to focus the organization with community needs is an important task. And I also want to express appreciation in the countless number of city staff behind this roadmap, achieving those 150 key results, including the leadership of those listed on this slide and what they've brought to the table, including their creativity, hard work, and collaboration across the city. With that, I'll hand it back to Dolan Beckel.
Thanks, Lee. So the next steps you see here on this slide are largely focused on the creation of the 22-23 city roadmap, knowing that we've learned a lot over the past year in executing the roadmap. And as Lee said, many items on the roadmap should continue, but some may not, as the city faces significant staffing challenges and limited flexibility on our budget. So the next steps in developing a 22-23 roadmap are one, to publish the info memo on the process we'll be following for the 22-23 roadmap, and that was issued and published last Friday on March 4th. The second is to release the mayor's March budget message, which was done yesterday evening. The third is to refine a draft administration proposed 22-23 city roadmap in advance of the council budget study sessions. And four, to conduct those budget study sessions with a specific focus on a session on a council roadmap prioritization. And that's where council will be able to identify potential swaps of initiatives. That is to say, remove one initiative and replace it for another, a similar sized priority initiative. And we'll further evaluate that by the administration in a subsequent MBA. And of course, potential swaps could include new policy proposals, policy initiatives from the roadmap backlog, and yellow lit items from the Rules and Open Government Committee. Continuing on with next steps, on the next slide you see in front of you, the next step would be to draft the 22-23 city roadmap and have it approved by council and adopted through MBA in June. As it relates to the current roadmap, the one we're going through now, we're only in Q3. So in May, we'll be coming back with a 21-22 city roadmap Q3 update for you and the public. And also last week, we kicked off our city roadmap outcome measurement. We're partnering with Harvard Business School and their Community Partners Program to develop a framework for outcome measures and performance measures and an overall framework and dashboard, if you will. And we kicked that pilot off last week. They're helping us do that on a promotional basis, and we'll be bringing that to you in Q4 so we can start to roll things up to more of a dashboard outcome measurement view. But if we didn't get things moving, we wouldn't have the outcomes to measure. So that was the first priority. So this concludes our report on the city roadmap second quarter Q1, Q2 update. We're available to answer any questions in advance of your vote to accept the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan, and thanks, everybody. You know, this is a lot of work. All the underlying work, of course, is doing all this, but on top of that, organizing it and putting in OKRs and managing effectively those OKRs. It's a lot of work with a lot of people involved. So thank you all. All right, let's go to the public and then we'll come back. Council.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thanks for letting me go first, I guess. You know, I've spent the past year kind of in a role of Chicken Little, kind of saying, you know, the sky is falling. We got to be wary and prepared for 2023. I've been trying to walk back my words. I try to preface my words and be very cautious about how I say my words. And I don't want to alarm. I don't want to scare. But I think we're questioning. I think a lot of people are questioning. You know, as in the first 6 months of the Biden administration, they invited policies that San Jose City picked up on, you know, to really start concentrating on the future of natural disaster preparedness practices in the past year. And it's been, I think, a wonderful, great idea. It was just it really smart. It helps connect the community. It brings awareness. Whether there is going to be situations or not in 2023, it gets us prepared. And that's an awesome step to do. Thank you for that immensely. It's unique among Bay Area cities, I think. With that all said, you know, and I've been saying it the past few weeks now, how are we going to start talking about 2023? Because I think we all have some questions what to expect in the next year. How, you know, I think it's through the memo process and how we talk about our projects. Can we learn to be honest about that? And if we write our memos and we offer our projects in a certain way, that will create clear examples what we can expect in the next few years. I hope you don't go all over the place with things and have a really direct purpose. And that can help make and facilitate an easier conversation for all of us in the next, what to expect in the next year. And with that, that's community safety, that's public safety, that's innovation, that's the good stuff. That's our good persons and our good future. Thank you.
Dominic Toriano.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dominic Toriano with the Sheet Metal Workers Union, Local 104. It has been almost 4 years since slavery was discovered on the Silvery Towers high-rise development in San Jose. To date, the city has not moved forward any policies to address this very real problem of wage theft. San Jose has had a long history of wage theft on construction projects throughout the city, but what are city leadership doing to prevent it? 3 years after it was proposed, the responsible construction ordinance not only hasn't moved forward, it's not even on the radar. Today's roadmap discussion doesn't include it at all. Instead, it's been placed onto something the city created called the backlog. This has no timeline and it isn't even up for discussion. Requiring disclosure and payment of unpaid wages, wage theft judgment, San Jose can help workers who have been victim of wage theft help recover the wages owed them, while also helping to create a level playing field for fair law-abiding construction employers. The city of Sunnyvale and Milpitas have already passed responsible construction ordinances, and Mountain View is working on one. San Jose should have been in the lead on this issue and not playing catch up to other cities. Thank you.
Brian Pors.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. This is Brian Pors, and I'm with Local Plumbers Union and Pipe Fitters, Local 393. And I'm here to advocate for the responsible construction ordinance as well. There are two tiers in the construction industry. those that provide family sustaining wages and training, and those that are bad actors who commit wage theft and hurt the community. I personally have been on both sides of the industry. As a non-union plumber, I was overworked, underpaid, underappreciated, and actually almost died twice on the job because of a non-existent safety program and a severe lack of training. The only way I was able to make ends meet was to work as many side jobs as I could, often 60 hours plus a week. It was a rough existence. Today, thanks to my union apprenticeship, I'm a proud homeowner and provider to my family. Job site safety has become a shared passion with the union, and my future finally feels bright and stable. I urge the city to help protect and support that stability. The language is in place. It just needs to be placed on the front burner and enforced. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your consideration.
Doug Cheshire.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, fellow city council members and staff. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Doug Cheshire, and I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 405 here in San Jose. Today, I come to you to ask that you direct staff to bring the responsible construction ordinance to the city roadmap. With all the development that is currently being built and that which is coming to San Jose, we need to have the framework in place to protect workers that are building it. Sunnyvale and Milpitas have already recognized and enacted the need for such an ordinance. Wage theft has no place in our society, let alone here in San Jose. When low road contractors steal from their workers, the worker is not the only one that is impacted. Their families and the community are also subject to the harm it brings. This issue has been recognized before by members of this council. Back in February of 2020, this council voted via a 10-1 vote to direct staff to bring back a responsible construction ordinance. So I ask, why has it not been brought back? This is not a complicated matter. This is stopping theft. San Jose needs an ordinance. Please make it a priority and have staff bring forward an ordinance that addresses this theft and that has the wherewithal that will protect working families while not letting the offenders off with just a slap on the wrist. Thank you very much.
Edmundo Escargega.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Edmundo Escarcega. I'm a 50-year resident of San Jose with nearly 35 years in the construction industry, and I'm a representative of plumbers and steam fitters with over 3,000 members. The construction industry is a two-tier industry, with some employers providing family-supporting wages, training, and careers, while other low-road contractors use shady and illegal tactics like wage theft to push wages down. Construction is rampant with wage theft, with Latino and Asian immigrants most likely to be affected, and they often face threats of retaliation when they speak out. When we let bad actors get away with wage theft, it not only harms the workers, but also harms small businesses and immigrant entrepreneurs who play by the rules and treat their workers fairly. How can they compete with those who cheat people of the living wage? It's been 3 years since the responsible construction ordinance was proposed. To this date, it hasn't moved forward, and it's not even on the radar. Today's roadmap discussion doesn't include it at all. Instead, it's been placed in the backlog where it has no timeline and it isn't even up for discussion. All while wage theft continues robbing workers. These are construction workers that kept working through COVID in person, and from the start, they never missed a beat, putting themselves and their families at risk, but still with no protection against having their wages stolen by these bad actors. As San Jose plans for recovery, let's not leave working people out of the recovery. I urge you to bring back the responsible construction ordinance out of the backlog and onto the front burner, as Sunnyvale and Milpitas have already passed these ordinances, and Mountain View is working on one. Unfortunately, San Jose did not lead on this matter, but we can do the right thing and pass one here today. Thank you.
David Beanie.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm speaking today on behalf of the over 35,000 men and women of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, many of whom live and work in San Jose. The construction industry is booming in Silicon Valley. Unfortunately, the industry has a dark side, the underground economy. This economy in construction consists of a relatively small percentage of contractors who do not follow the law. Typical violations include tax evasion, workers' compensation insurance fraud, working without a valid contractor's license, and of course, wage theft. When allowed to continue unnoticed and unchecked, these low road contractors create an uneven playing field for the reputable contractors who could and should be adding value to our communities. The responsible construction and ordinance would act as an effective deterrent to the low road model and its adherents. Such an ordinance would have a de minimis impact on the vast majority of contractors who avoid egregious violations and would establish firmly that San Jose will not be a haven for contractors with outstanding judgments. This item would protect law-abiding business community and construction employees alike. This is good for our workers. It's good for businesses, residents, and taxpayers, and the city government as well. Representing the entire organized construction workforce, I urge you to take this ordinance and the economic prospects of working families that rely on construction out of the dustbin and bring it back ready for approval. Thank you.
Louise Auerhahn.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Louise Auerhahn from Working Partnerships. And I want to speak about this proposed city roadmap process, formerly the priority setting process, and how and why that process is sweeping established priorities, including wage theft and responsible construction ordinance, under the rug. I know I don't have to convince you, Council, of the critical problem that we face of wage theft in our city, and especially in the construction industry, because you've already voted at least twice to address it. In priority setting in 2019, and again with direction to come back for an ordinance in early 2020. Now, obviously, in March 2020, COVID hit. A lot of things got suspended temporarily, certainly understandable. But now it's 2 years later, and we're seeing this process that locks in all of the decisions that were made on an emergency basis during COVID, and says that any priorities that the city set prior to that, or any new needs that the community has now, are to be backlogged, backburnered, or not even up for discussion. We can't lock in what was decided under a state of emergency. We need to address our community's needs now, and we know that one of those urgent needs is preventing wage theft and making sure that our essential construction workers who worked in person, they keep building this city throughout the pandemic and are still doing that now, that they're protected and can earn a fair day's wage. So I urge you to move forward, follow Sunnyvale, follow Mountain View, pass a responsible construction ordinance.
Dr. Forrest Peterson.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. As I give these comments, I'm looking at a photograph. There's Mayor Sam Liccardo, there's Council Member Sergio Jimenez, there's the Kamagi Professor of Engineering at Stanford. There's Dr. Anthony Kinslow, a big fan of Council Member Chappie, who Anthony talked about Chappie all the time at the engineering school. And yeah, and there's Bruce Silvertop. And this picture is published in the Stanford Engineering News, and it's celebrating the success of the data analysis done by Stanford Engineering in support City of San Jose, showing the scope of wage theft. There is this terrible data set that the state of California maintains. It's got gaps in it, missing information. The federal government has their data set, but of course there's, the city, the state data set is, the state laws are more powerful than the federal. So of course the federal data set's not that good. And the date on this article is 2019. We're celebrating, we've got an award. The Kamagi Professor of Engineering is holding that award. It's on the wall at Stanford in the Center for Integrated Facilities Engineering. So I want to just bring back that memory, that collaboration, and that understanding that the city of San Jose has 10 times as much wage theft in the construction industry as any other jurisdiction in the area. Please be the leaders that I know and are in this photograph with the Kamagi Professor, and bring this forward. Thank you.
Will Smith.
Good afternoon. I'm Will Smith, a business representative for IBW Local 332. We represent over 3,700 members in the county, many that live right here in San Jose. I'm speaking in favor of the responsible construction ordinance. I want to speak about a personal matter with wage theft. I have a nephew that was working for an open non-union electrical shop, and he had the opportunity to get paid cash. And so 3 days out of the week he was on payroll. The other 2 days they paid him cash. I told him not to do that, but he did it anyways. And he's seen the benefits of getting the cash rewards. But what he didn't realize is he didn't get the benefits of a full-time worker. He didn't get any health benefits, health and welfare, or any type of pension or anything of that nature. So that's where he got duped. And also the company was getting away with tax evasion because obviously they weren't paying taxes on the 2 days he was getting paid under the table, getting paid cash. That's an example of a low road contractor. And the responsible construction ordinance will make those low road contractors pay. You city officials are elected to represent the people of San Jose, the workers of San Jose, and there's workers that are being misrepresented and not being paid properly. And I expect that you guys will support this and prioritize it. So therefore those people will be represented. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
These are the kind of issues that the mayor candidates have to talk about. These are real bread and butter issues. These aren't flag raising issues or these other soft, what I call fluff issues. These are real issues. And if these are going on with city contracts, what does that tell you about the city council and the city management? They're not following their rules. Can you imagine when you don't follow their rules? Man, all of a sudden there's fines, fees, everything else. But hey, they're the people they hire, they get to do whatever they want. Isn't that nice? You guys get to do whatever you want, but a regular citizen steps out of line and man, you guys are there. You're on them. Just like what Raul Peralta says, with fines that hurt. So where is that for your contractors? Matter of fact, if you guys are watching the store there, you guys are liable, if you ask me, for these type of wage thefts and everything else. So I don't think, I mean, and all these people on city council, you guys make $150,000 a year. What, working a couple days a week at some meetings? The people who do real construction work, that's real physical, skilled labor. What do you guys do that's worth $150,000? I bet not one of you could swing a hammer for more than 5 minutes, probably 5 seconds. So think about that for a minute. When these people calling in with wage theft, and it's going to end up costing the city. City's going to get sued. Taxpayers have to pay more. But what do you guys care? It's not your money. That's why you guys do whatever you want, because it's not your money. And it's not your life either. Imagine how this has affected a lot of people. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
Luis Arguello.
Sorry about that. Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, City Council members. My name is Luis Arguello. I'm with Laborers Local 270. We represent close to 7,000 members throughout the Santa Clara County, a lot of which work in San Jose. Wage theft in the construction industry is rampant, and Latino immigrants are especially likely to be affected and often face threats of retaliation if they speak out. We would be here all night if I were to list all the bad actors and the wage thefts that happens within our area. However, when unscrupulous corporations steal from their workers, it affects not just the workers themselves, but their families and our entire community. Millions of dollars are being stolen from our San Jose families who have members working in construction. Allowing bad actors to get away with wage theft also harms the many small businesses and immigrant entrepreneurs who are trying to play by the rules and treat their workers fairly, but can't compete with those who cheat. As San Jose plans for recovery, we can't let working people get left out of that recovery. I urge you to bring back the responsible construction ordinance. By enacting a responsible construction ordinance that would require disclosure and payment of unpaid wage theft judgments San Jose can help workers who have been victims of wage theft recover the wages owed to them, while also helping to create a level playing field for the majority of law-abiding construction employers. Sunnyvale and Milpitas have already passed responsible construction ordinance, and Mountain View is working on one. San Jose should be leading the responsible construction ordinance. Please bring it back to the table and adopt it. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Thanks to all the members of the committee came to speak out. Just to take on that issue that was the subject of so much public input. Lee, can you just help us understand how this got into the backlog category?
Sure.
Responsible wage ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it was originally prioritized. However, last year, when the mayor and council worked through the roadmap, it was deprioritized and put on the backlog with 40 other initiatives. And so the way that ranking happened, it is number 2 on the backlog. So as we approach the roadmap this year as part of the budget process, that is available. If the council would like to introduce it or simply just take that and recommend that we prioritize it again, the council would have the ability to do that this spring.
Okay. So it's either going to move off the backlog list soon anyway, or by itself, or alternatively, council can affirmatively do that through the budget process.
Yep, that is true. And we did make a commitment during the roadmap process in the spring that as we were able to check off initiatives on the roadmap, we would turn a work and attention to items on the backlog. But as we've expressed in other communications to the mayor and council, that was pre-Delta and pre-Omicron. So with the continued response, as you saw today, we're behind on some of the actual initiatives on the roadmap itself because of that capacity.
Right. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentations and the update on what's happening with the roadmap. I was just going to ask about the responsible construction ordinance as well, so I have my answer to that question. But I do have a question regarding ending homelessness. The 2 yellow items are plan waterways, encampment setback approach, and then the RV parking. And Rosalind, I understand RV parking is coming to CED this month. What is the status of the waterways encampment setback approach?
Yeah, thank you, council member. So staff is currently working on that approach. It's just a little bit behind. We will carry that over into Q3. So we're working on that. And we'll be able to provide an update to the city council in the next roadmap reporting.
So when are you doing? I guess it's at the end of the next the Q3, so after June. Is that right? No, never
No,
mind.
May.
My math is wrong. May.
We'll
Got
be coming
it.
back in May.
Okay, good. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. That was my question. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions and comments? I'll go to the Zoom screen. Well, Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I was also going to ask about the same item that you just asked about, and why it was in the backlog list. Now I understand that there is 2 options here. Either we leave it in the list because it's naturally going to come up as number 1, or we integrate that into the budget. Is that something that a council member has to do, or is that something that the city manager can do?
So Councilmember Reyes, if Dolenbeckel, if I understand the question, you're asking things are on the backlog. How will they move? What's the
Well,
process for moving from a backlog to consideration
Right.
active on the roadmap?
Right.
There's going to be 2 processes. One is the administration is going to develop a draft to bring to the council, and we'll be evaluating capacity and priority as we talked about to develop that kind of refined draft roadmap. Then I think it's the Monday budget session, according to Jim Shannon, that's going to be the city roadmap prioritization budget session. That's where if something that you wanted to see, either a new policy or something from the backlog, the administration is not proposing it, that's where you can bring it in from the backlog we'll have published that in advance, and then you can bring that in for a discussion as to consideration of, can we swap something out and swap something in?
Okay, so that seems to me, if we've already gone through this process in 2019 and it already made the list, why, I guess I'm not understanding. I understand what you just said. It just still doesn't make sense to me that we continue to prioritize these items, vote on them, and then they go into backlog. And so this question is for you, Jennifer. Since this is something that can be integrated into the budget process, I don't know that wage theft should be on the table anymore. It has been on the table for far too long. It just, we've heard today in terms of some of the repercussions and the impacts it can have in our on our residents. So I'm just wondering, why do we keep regurgitating these items this way?
So with the roadmap, obviously we've pivoted to a roadmap concept from just doing the ordinances and priority studying that we used to do a couple of years ago. So this is our first full roadmap that we're doing here. Things on the roadmap don't always necessarily, and when we used to do ordinance work, didn't necessarily always need new resources. So it's not like all budget items go on the roadmap. So you've got, just about prioritizing any of our time, of the staff's time, about spending on the time on these priorities that the council deems. We like to revisit the priorities on a year-to-year basis because the world changes, things
Right,
happen, right? And
right.
so we're constantly, re-looking at our priorities to make sure we're working on the most urgent things. As far as the budget process goes, certainly, the council, if we want to put, additional resources towards an activity, if the council wants to do that, that can accelerate something rather than using just our baseline, base resources. And we can certainly look to do that as part of the budget process for sure. But I understand this is a priority for the council, but it's all the competing priorities and the amount of staff time, especially coming out, especially during the pandemic. Hopefully, as we're moving into the recovery, we'll have more capacity, but we do realize that this last roadmap, we had too many things on it. And so we're trying to right size it. We're trying to get better so we can deliver what you're asking of us in a very efficient and timely manner, but it's that balancing act. So certainly understand the council interest in this item. It has been on the backlog or in the hopper for quite a long time. So we can certainly take a look at it as we're developing.
I appreciate that. And listen, I'm not, I know we have a priority setting or a roadmap process that we're going to go through soon. I just find myself, asking the same question. It seems like every year during whether it's a priority setting or roadmap process, it's the same. It's the same thing. And you just mentioned the recovery. As we're going through recovery, I think this is, if any time was a sensitive time, this is a sensitive time. We have workforce issues and recruitment and retention, and it might be, if we look at the real estate market, it's a buyer's market or seller's market. It's the workers market, really, right? We could see it that way, but it isn't for everyone, especially those who may not have all the documentation that they need in order to have a legitimate job or be recognized legitimately. And so I think that's when it's really important for us to protect that workforce, that invisible workforce that we all rely on. And so I'm not going to go on more about that. I know that you hear me on this, and I'd love to also have our colleagues let's just get through this. I'm going to move on to draft QR plan key results, figure 7, attachment G on page 13. That was a mouthful. I have a kids care fair in District 8 that I'm having. And it's for children over the age of 5. It's a vaccination event. And I think this is one of the ways, we've said this kind of messaging, or I've said this kind of messaging before, where I think it's important for us to connect, administration connect with council as we are doing some of these events already. We might be able to just join forces and not have to reinvent the wheel here. So I think there's some opportunity for us to collaborate. That's it for my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember, I'm sorry. Councilmember, I'm sorry. Does that conclude?
Yeah, I said
Okay, my
those are my questions.
My
Yeah.
apologies. I'm sorry. I was actually distracted on the conversation we're having about this very issue. I'm just trying to understand, given, I'm just making the assumption here without knowing that state law already provides protections against wage theft in a way that we would probably want with any state or with any city ordinance. If we assume that's true, and if it's not, let me know. Would it be a simpler step for us just to go to the state and say, hey, can we hire a couple more inspectors and deputize them to go enforce the state code rather than coming up with our own law and trying to figure out how to reconcile that with the state and on and on and on?
Councilmember Licardo, actually, that was one thing that we had discussed with the county and the state in 2019 as this was moving forward. I'm going to ask Matt Kano to jump on and try and refresh that conversation and help provide some insight, who's a little bit closer to this than I am.
I'm sorry, Matt Kennett, Director of Public Works. Would you mind repeating the question? I got an urgent call in.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot, Matt. I'm just trying to understand, unless there's some gap in state law that we're trying to fill, I'm assuming that state law already governs wage theft relating to private construction. And if that's true, is it a straighter path for us just to go hire some more inspectors and ask the state if we can deputize them under state law and let them go do whatever they got to do, hopefully to enforce the same law and the same kind of activity rather than us coming up with a whole bunch of different ordinances?
Thanks for your feedback, Mayor. I'm not sure I have the best question for you on that today, unfortunately.
Okay.
The responsible contractor ordinance in our February 2020 memo, we had briefly addressed it. It was from a legal standpoint, there was a lot of challenges that were raised and questions that were raised, and those were items that we were going to look at tackling pre-pandemic. But unfortunately, I can follow up and be better prepared to answer that question next time.
As you can tell, I'm just looking for, answers to how we can sort of shortcut the process, because I know that there are challenges in coming up with our own approach. Just had a few questions, one on childcare, because I think we all appreciate this is a huge barrier for a lot of families. And we can do more probably just by getting more people back to work, given particularly the low unemployment rate we got, and just about anything else to really stimulate economic well-being for a lot of struggling families. And I saw the numbers. It looks like I can't remember, it's a little under 300 kids that we've now gotten into the program. I'm just trying to understand, and if you guys don't have this, I'm happy to take this offline. Do we have existing capacity, or are we tapped out on capacity for childcare services and we need to go find more money from more providers?
Mayor, I'll take this one here. Although this work is loaded under community and economic recovery, what we've been doing is really folding this work under our recent work around children and youth services as we're developing a master plan to do this work. And so what we're doing now is we're starting with maxing out our existing space and starting with the city, looking at nonprofit organizations, looking at schools now. And the way we see this unfolding is really tapping into our other stakeholder partners to leverage and connect resources to space. So that way we're not having to kind of spend money on facilities and then the additional childcare slots. We've convened the County Office of Education, the county, their CAST system, community-based organizations that are in this work. And we're going to be folding those additional recommendations into our recommendations that you'll see shortly through Children and Youth Services Master Plan.
Okay. And we are going beyond simply serving families of city employees. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know initially we had that issue and then, okay. So more to come as you roll out this will be part of the budget process or part of a separate process?
Well, we're looking at a couple of things. Definitely as part of the budget process. We do right now, we are internally working on some potential recommendations to potentially come to you before the budget process, mainly because there's a time sensitivity issue in terms of ramp up of programs. And so we are still having that conversation internally with our city manager and budget director and others to figure the timing out. But definitely conversations with various stakeholders are happening. And one of the main drivers of that is that there's a lot of new money that has entered into this arena. So we want to make sure that we're being very mindful of how we use San Jose's money to better leverage and tap into economies of scale to best maximize not only the resources, but the targeted impact that we're having on children.
Yeah, I mean, you anticipate my next question. So I want to do whatever we can to be in the front of the line for all those resources. That's so important. So thank you. On the hiring on the SJ Beautify teams, I know that's been a pain point. I saw that in the presentation. I can't remember Angel, if you told us sort of exactly where we're at in terms of vacancies. And
yeah, so as of Q2, we had filled 16 of the 28. I am pleased to report that as of this week, we will basically have all of those positions filled. We're at the end stage of that process, and right now we're finalizing offers. We have offers that are being made literally as we speak. So we will be of those 28 at 100% as of this week.
Amen. That's great. And then Rosen, why isn't North San Jose part of the OKRs on expanding housing production? I noticed it's a separate, and I'm just trying to understand it all.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So previously, when the enterprise priority included housing production, we had North San Jose grouped in that enterprise priority. But since we've decided to focus on homelessness, we've taken North San Jose out because that is focused on housing production and incorporated that into the enterprise priority for building the San Jose tomorrow with a focus on downtown. So that enterprise priority, it includes downtown strategy specifically, but actually it's also about development services citywide and housing production citywide.
Okay. Okay. So it's still very much on our radar.
Still very much so on the roadmap. Absolutely.
Good. That's good to hear. And then on the traffic safety improvements at the 9 locations, I understand December was a wet month. Obviously, we had very dry months since then, unfortunately. Is there anything you can tell us about what's happened since January 1st?
Yeah, I do have some more good news on that too. As of Q2, that was one of our yellow areas there. We were at 5. As of Q3, we will be hitting 9 by the end of next week. And so we will be exceeding that goal.
That's great. Yeah. See, I'm your setup man, Angel. So great. Okay. And then just one general kind of comment as I was looking through the OKRs, and I imagine this is probably something you'll talk with the folks at HPS as you have these huddles. It seems as though a fair number of the KRs are connected to things like sort of tasks like meetings with the public, issuances of a report, hosting events. They don't seem clearly connected to outcomes that impact our residents. They feel a lot like outputs rather than outcomes. And I know not every KR can be an outcome, but I guess it's what I just throw out there, and feel free to respond or not if you just want to take it back and mull it over. I'm just concerned that an awful lot of this, the KRs, not an awful lot, many of the KRs can be essentially box checking exercises, rather than really kind of driving us to the outcomes that have impacts on our residents. And so, you know, if we know outreach absolutely has to be part of something, which it often does, I get it, then it just feels like it would be more outcome oriented for us to say, hey, we're going to make sure 1,000 residents in this neighborhood are aware of X, right? And that might happen through a public meeting, it might happen online, it might happen through a lot of ways. But if that's really the outcome we're trying to get to, then, you know, I'd rather that we said that is our KR rather than sort of, oh, well, we had a public meeting, because we all know there's some public meetings where 400 people show up, often with pitchforks, and other public meetings where 2 people show up, and, you know, anyway, I throw that out there.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, actually, we agree. We're actively discussing the difference between outcome and output, and the outcome is really what we want to see at the enterprise priority level. I think we also, as we iterate through this, and you've seen the list of people in the 150, I think we do recognize that some of the KRs look more like just outputs that we might be able to frame differently. And get the same result, but frame it differently, and that's part of what we're going to be iterating on as well. So both of those things are true, and that's kind of the output of the Harvard Business School is both a framework to kind of look at what we've done and make improvement for a framework, and then pilot one of the high priorities for linking outcomes to outputs to key results. So we have that whole framework together.
Okay, great. Appreciate you guys are a couple steps ahead of me. Great. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Councilman Reyes.
Well, and not so much a question, but an invitation, and I'm glad you brought up the collaboration between stakeholders to make sure that we maximize and leverage our resources around childcare. And so everyone is invited to March 25th, I believe 10 to 12. We had to delay our meeting, but this is a joint meeting with the committee, the county committee, the Children and Families Committee, and we are having a conversation about how we are managing our resources so that we don't duplicate anything. So the County Office of Ed will be there, as well as First Five and many others who have something or anything to do with childcare. And so, Mayor, you're invited to attend and make sure that, I know that's one of your priorities, is to make sure we don't duplicate services, and that's exactly why we're having this second conversation about that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion?
It was accept the report. I don't think there's a
Move to
motion yet.
accept the report.
Yeah. Okay, I think Councilmember Foley got it. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe. Aye. Davis.
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3.5 are actions to support the Ukrainian people in response to Russia's criminal military actions. No presentation. Let's go to the public first, and we'll come back to council.
Tim Quigley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. You know, we see San Joseans have people-to-people citizen diplomacy in our DNA. However, today, in our efforts to support and help those who are under assault, the people of Ukraine, we must not demonize or make the situation more difficult for or further isolate those who are being oppressed, the people of Russia. I share with you 2 communications from Russian counterparts of recent days, one chilling and one touching. Hi, Tim, I hate this war. It's madness. We have total censorship. Facebook and Twitter are closed, and so is Telegram. Opposition media is closed and a lot of fake news. We are trapped right now because of our government, and we are easily arrested. It's dangerous for me to even chat here. Maybe short messages will be okay. And the second one, thank you very much, dear Tim. I appreciate your support and understanding. We are people and we are for peace. Today is a very hard time, and every piece of news, support, and friendship is important. It's easy to stop the relationship between our cities, but please don't. Don't stop our channel of friendship. It would be very sad. Yours in friendship. As chair of the Sister Cities Ukraine National Task Force and locally as president of the San Jose Ekaterinburg Sister City Program, I urge you to not suspend or end or interfere with our 31-year-old San Jose Ekaterinburg Sister City Program at this critical time, so that we can continue our everyday work advancing the Sister Cities mission to promote peace through mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation, one individual and one community at a time. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I'd like to, I've learned important lessons about how persons like Councilperson Arenas and Perales, they want to create an important position and stand. At this time, thank you that they're using the words temporary and not permanent. War is usually not permanent, and there will be a time that I think we will have to be communicating with our sister cities again. And I think we should really keep those channels open for ourselves, basically. I think I thought the mayor's memo was kind of interesting in describing its original intentions of the Sister City program. It does provide a series of checks and balances for, as there's fighting at the national level, it is the local level of the Sister City program that can have an incredibly important level of communication and dialogue. And people at the local level tend to be more caring and sharing and want to work together better. And it was exactly why the Sister City program was created and what it was for. So I'm very much for keeping those channels of dialogue open. And it's from that as much as we are just, bemoaning how much evil Russia is, I really hope after we offer our strong stand in those sort of words, we follow those words with the ideas of what exactly can be peace for the future of the Ukraine region. Each time we talk about Russia and the Ukraine region, can we please talk about what can be concepts of peace for the future of the Ukrainian people? I think that's an important dialogue and conversation we need to have at this time, and that's much more constructive than having to worry about taking a position all the time. So good luck on working on constructive measures towards peace at this time, and openness and good communication.
Nancy Madison.
My name is Nancy Madison, and I'm the chair of the County of Santa Clara Moscow Sister County Commission. In that capacity, I worked closely with the San Jose Ekaterinburg Sister City Organization during 2021 to plan a 30th anniversary exchange celebrating their Sister City connection. The proposed project focused on virtual and in-person gastronomic events, highlighting the city's shared multicultural values. Faculty and administrators from both San Jose State University and the Ural State University of Economics were intensively involved in the planning stages. A grant proposal covering shared academic and commercial events was developed and submitted to the U.S. Embassy's Moscow Cultural Grant Program. Unfortunately, that grant program was suspended by the embassy due to lack of staffing. The team who worked on that grant proposal, including the San Jose Ekaterinburg Sister City Organization and San Jose State University, are eager to resubmit the proposal as soon as the embassy's grant program suspension is lifted, with the ultimate goal of promoting cooperation and connections between the people of these two great cities. Please do not impose an additional roadblock in pursuing this goal by suspending the San Jose Ekaterinburg Sister City program. Thank you.
Caller user 2.
I think it's ridiculous to burn a bridge like this. I mean, take a look at what Trudeau did up in Canada. You guys should get rid of any sister cities in Canada, what that guy did. How about what the Chinese do to the Uyghurs and Christian people? They murder them, they put them in concentration camps. I mean, when do you start picking and choosing who's moral? I mean, if I was in another country and I was a mayor of a town in another country, and I had a sister city relationship with San Jose, I would have cut it off in June of 2016. Why? Sam Ricardo and Eddie Garcia let people get beaten down while the cops looked on. So you know what, Sam? You're no angel. Neither is Pierre Trudeau. People want to badmouth Putin and the Russian people. You guys are going with a frenzy here against the Russians. It's like you guys are 1980s Cold War warriors all of a sudden. Really, like I said, you're like a city in Alabama watching people get pummeled and doing nothing about it. You guys should really reevaluate your morals, your ethics, and your values, and your souls, if you even have those. Heart, forget it. You have zero. So you all of a sudden you're going to pick on some country somewhere in the vast region of Russia, and all of a sudden you're going to like change the world. Think again. San Jose needs to look at itself internally. You guys have a moral and ethical problem at City Hall, and you know it. And all of a sudden you can be some like crusader in cutting off some sister city relationship. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. Start looking at other countries and other cities you have sister relationships with and see how lily white they are. They're not. And neither is this town. And you guys know it. You guys know it. And I would love to see the looks on your faces right now. I'm sure a lot of you are laughing because that's what you do when you're caught.
Natalia Anand.
Yes, hi. I am really surprised to hear these comments. I think there is no question already based on what we see, based on these crimes against humanity completed in Ukraine, that Putin's Russia is the same as Hitler's Germany. And if you support having any relationship, please think about what side of history you're going to be, because these are historic times and every decision will be looked upon. And please remember that the Russian as the people, bear responsibility for their leader. They have him there for 20 years. They fed him, they raised him, and it's their responsibility to get rid of him. And if the only reason for cutting off relationship, for all these sanctions that US is instituting, to make sure that Russian people finally wake up and they come out on the streets and they change their leadership. This is imperative. And I cannot underscore enough, if the CNN and Fox News and all the media that you see, if those pictures don't convince you that Putin's Russia is the same as Hitler's Germany, I don't know what it can be. And one more thing, somebody was mentioning what can be done for peace in Ukraine. And this is what all the Ukrainian community in the US and everywhere is asking for. And that is no-fly zone, whether it's instituted by US, by United Nations, by NATO, by whoever. That no-fly zone can save lives of innocent civilians, of children, and it should be done. It can be done. It has to be done in order to save lives. That is the thing that can bring peace to Ukraine and save thousands, if not millions of lives as we watch this carnage and slaughter and genocide of Ukrainian people going on. So I just want to raise awareness of everyone. No-fly zone for Ukraine. This is what all Americans should be demanding right now in face of humanity.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Before we go to council comments, I was hoping I could just ask for clarification either from the clerk or from whoever's present on the Rules Committee. I understand that various provisions were adopted from both memoranda, which is fine. The letter F describes 2 letters to be sent, which express concern over the Russian government's actions and consider suspending the sister city relationship within Catterberg. I assume that was the vote from Rules. And it would just be helpful to understand both sort of the audience and the content of those letters. Councilmember Cohen indicated he might want to, or Councilmember Reyes, either one.
I think Councilmember Cohen was the one with the suggestion, so I'll
Okay.
please.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment on this. I think it was hard because I remember at the meeting, there were people trying to write down the suggestions, and I don't think it was recorded as it was meant in spirit at the meeting. So we talked a lot about what the appropriate course of action was, and came to the conclusion that through our relationship, we had the opportunity to send to reach out government to government as a city to the government of our sister city, and express our concerns and hope that they will, support peace and stand up for peace. And then secondly, we realized, of course, that it's unlikely that an official government body in Russia would stand up against Putin and the government, and that we also could empower either a council member or with the help of our sister city organization to write a letter to the people saying, we're concerned, we stand for peace, we hope that we can work together towards peace. I was thinking of lines about, we're heartbroken to see what the government is doing in Ukraine, and while we considered, and I think this is where the language came from, while we considered potentially spending a relationship, we value the relationship and support the Russian people in standing up against Putin as well. That's the kind of letter we were talking about. It wasn't, we didn't want to use the letter as a threat of suspension, but more as a just a way of expressing how we support them in their in their fight.
I'd certainly support that, and I appreciate the intent here as we're trying to, I think we're all after the same thing. I think, as Tim Quigley spoke, he mentioned a lot of reference to communication he's had with Russian immigrants, and I think there might even be an opportunity to engage Russian speakers in the city in some kind of greater mass communication. But in any event, Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. And I also want to thank all the speakers who called in support or just provided their perspective on this item. I know we're not going to spend very much time because all of this is in some ways symbolic. But as I attended the protest and demonstration on Saturday, there was a lot of Ukrainian families and friends and people who just supported them. And it was, it really struck me how my intention is not to end a communication or this citizen diplomacy that was cited in the memo, in your memo, Mayor, but rather to show a collective stance locally, which is what is most important. Our close-knit community here. Obviously, we're not going to make a dent in foreign policy or in foreign matters. But I thought about also how we could also explore a sister city with a Ukrainian city. I don't know that we have one, and I don't know that this is the time to do it, but if we're saying this is the time to keep communications open with Ekaterinburg, that I think that we should also do that with another city in the Ukraine so that we can maintain those relationships as they hopefully pull through all of this soon enough. Lastly, I'm going to support what's on the motion that's on the floor here. But the last thing that I'll say is that my intention with this memo was to be symbolic to our community here of San Jose and also the South Bay. And there's a lot of strength in numbers, as I saw on Saturday at the demonstration. And I just like to remind my colleagues and Mayor that the diplomacy that we're talking about also be the citizen diplomacy that we're talking about, while symbolic, also be afforded to each other. As I think the tone of your memo wasn't something that I appreciated. And so I think in the spirit of diplomacy, I think we need to make sure that we are talking with one another in a way that builds communication and that builds relationships rather than chastises, which is what your memo came across as.
Thank you. Councilmember Khan.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just quickly just say it's important for us to do something symbolic to support, I think, in solidarity with the Ukrainians in our community and around the world. I do want to say also that I appreciate your suggestion, Mayor, and for that, the item E that's in the motion. I think that can be more than symbolic, and I think that that's one of the few ways that people around the world can make a difference is with their money, with their investments, with their wallets, with their decisions that are happening right now. So I just want to point out that that's in this motion as well, and I think it's a good tool for us to pursue. So I'll make a motion to approve the item with the clarification and language that I just gave as the answer to your question, if that's clear enough.
And I see Grace is nodding her head, so there'll be a modification. Is that fair to say, Grace? Okay, great. All right, and a second from Councilmember Rennes. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I'd like to ask the maker of the motion to bifurcate. I support all the actions except the letters to Ekaterinburg. I think it's really important for us to just express support as opposed to threaten any kind of suspension. And I would really like the motion to be bifurcated, to have the letters be separate.
Before I answer that question, just to clarify, I want it to be clear that I hope that the letters wouldn't be threatening in any way. They would be presumably a show of solidarity and a statement of we were so concerned that we might have considered it, but we value the relationship, kind of a statement. So
okay, so we are no longer considering any kind of
I personally wouldn't want the language to say that we're threatened, that we are considering severing the relationship,
okay,
but a letter that reaches out and communicates with them about the ways we can work together on achieving what our objectives are.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I don't need them bifurcated then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I make my comments as a council member and also my comments as the current board member for Sister Cities International, having come after Councilmember Perales had to step away, and I know that Councilmember Carrasco was on there as well, and before her was Councilmember Ashkara. And so I have concerns about the letters specifically. I'm in agreement with everything that's in the memo, everything that came out of rules except the letters. And so I wanted a little clarification on the letters. I understood Councilmember Cohen, you saying that there's going to be two letters. One is from government to government, so the city of San Jose to that particular city, right? Is that the way you envision it playing out?
That was what was discussed at rules, that could be one letter, yes.
Yeah. So if you think, well, one main thing that comes to mind as it relates to, I'll just use your language, a government to government letter, is that I fear that if we do that, it's essentially going to have the same effect of having a chilling effect, if you will, on that particular government's willingness to be open to a sister city relationship. And what I mean by that is, I suspect during this time of conflict that many mayors and other sort of elected officials in the country are trying to do, cover their own butt, if you will, by making certain that they're towing the line, the nationalistic line of going out there and invading Ukraine and such. And so I'd be concerned that a letter from government to government would essentially have the same impact of severing that relationship and making it more difficult to the future in developing again that relationship and then promoting it. And so I have that concern. And I also just want to say that I think that during these times of conflict, and I think it's important to also note that during these time of conflicts, these are very, certainly what's happening in Ukraine, no one wishes that on anyone. I'm certainly not supportive of that. I think it's horrible what's happening to the people there. But some of these foreign policy matters are very, very complicated. It's very nuanced, I think. Tim Quigley and I started talking a little bit about just the history of Ukraine and Russia and their posturing and things of that nature. So it's very complicated. But I certainly, with all of you, stand with the folks on the ground that I think just are striving for a better life and certainly don't deserve what's happening to them. And so I would ask for a friendly amendment if we do not write the letter from government to government, but instead write a letter to the people, to the Sister Cities organization, tied to the people in that city to express our support and express our concerns over some of what's happening and do that in a way in which we don't even mention the possibility of suspension. And I'm wondering if Councilmember Cohen, if you'd be willing to entertain that amendment.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I think it'll be hard for us to figure out how to formulate a government-to-government letter anyway. It wasn't obvious to me who would do that and how. So, I mean, I think it makes sense, and we can work with our sister city folks like Tim and others who know who to reach out to and how to send that letter.
Yeah, and given that I sit on the board, Councilmember Cohen, I'd be happy to work with Tim and other folks to draft the letter to on behalf of the city of San Jose, certainly open for you all to look at and approve. But that going directly to the residents, just a government to government sort of interaction, which I think may have the consequence that some of us don't desire to have in this particular circumstance.
So I'll accept a friendly amendment that refers to one letter and that specifies you, Councilmember Jimenez, as responsible.
Yeah, that's okay, and that would be people to people without the from us to the residents of that particular city without the mention of terminating or sort of undoing the established relationship that I know is I think needs some work and such. But if that's a spirit in which you understand this, I could be supportive of the motion.
Is that acceptable to the seconder, Councilmember Menace? Okay. Okay. All right, Councilmember Menace, be careful what you ask for in life. You might get it.
It's okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just want to know, this weekend I was at the U.S. Mayor's Conference leadership meeting in Miami. We heard direct appeals by Zoom, very emotional appeal from Chief Mayor Vitaly Klitschko, who spoke to us for 20 or 30 minutes. And from the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Oksana Markarova, there's obviously things that they're asking for, which none of us are capable of delivering, and things that the United States is reluctant to offer. For example, no-fly zone. I know it's been widely discussed. But certainly I appreciate that we're all trying to just find ways in which we can be of some use in what is a horrible, horrible situation of Russian military aggression against innocent civilians and innocent people in Ukraine. The U.S. Conference of Mayors did take a position that's aligned with the position we're taking, specifically unanimously voted that, along with other things that were mentioned, that we have long established sister city relationships with cities in Russia that should be maintained and strengthened to empower Russian citizens to speak out in the cause of democracy and peace. And certainly whatever we can do to empower Russian citizens, I think is critically important right now, because we know if Ukraine falls, Moldova is probably next. And it seems to me that the only thing that, well, I won't say the only thing, Lord knows there's a lot of horrible things that can happen, but the best way to stop Putin, it seems to me, is the Russian people actually stand up. So we'll do what we can, try to support them to do so. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. This is really a sobering discussion for sure. It's I feel deeply for the Ukrainian people, and you feel powerless what we can do at a local government to offer any sort of assistance. But severing a relationship or offering to sever a relationship sends the wrong message that isn't peace, that is more was of a concern to me. I'm happy to see the motion move into the way it is now with the letter, the friendly amendment, and the letter stating that it will be more through the sister city organization and preserving peace and a relationship between sister cities that has been developed over many years. I honor the sister city program, and this is a good opportunity for us to extend a hand to our Russian counterparts and say, we're here if we can do anything to help you. And if it's as far as even as simple as getting out messages in social media, because I know they're not able to, we can help in that regard too. So I'm happy to support the motion now that it's moved in the direction. And I want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for offering to write the letter.
Okay, I think we have a motion then. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to item 6.1, which are actions related to long duration. I think long range duration storage, long duration, excuse me, storage project and procurement authority. Welcome, Lori.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just wait for the presentation. While we're waiting for that, I'm Lori Mitchell. I'm the Director of Community Energy, and I'm very pleased to be joined today by Jean Soleil. She's our Deputy Director of Power Supply.
Welcome, John.
Okay. So this item is our first long duration storage project, as well as a recommendation for our procurement authority. So first on long duration storage, our recommendation is to procure up to 25 megawatts of long duration storage from Ellis Power's Tumbleweed project. This is a lithium ion battery storage project located in Kern County. It has an annual cost of 5.9 million with a total not to exceed amount of 89 million. So what is long duration storage? You might ask. Well, long duration storage are technologies that store renewable energy for use at a later time. So they discharge power over 8 hours or longer, which is really important in meeting our evening reliability needs. And importantly, it's very important to pair these projects where renewable projects are cited so that we can also reduce our carbon emissions. So the photo here is the battery storage project located in Kern County. You can see it's multiple batteries stacked together to get that 8-hour duration. And now I will turn it over to Jean Soleil to provide more background on the project.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. So we wanted to let you know the CPUC in 2021 directed load serving entities, which is basically the CCAs and the utilities, to procure additional resources. And our specific requirement is 247 megawatts of clean capacity over the course of several years ending in 2026, which included 21.5 megawatts of long duration storage. And the 21.5 megawatts, that has to be something that's capable of being delivered in September. And so, you know, the total amount tends to be a little bit higher so that we can meet that threshold. But basically, that's what we're trying to do here. We're hoping to buy this project through CC Power, which is a joint power authority. It's comprised of 10 CCAs, and it was formed to buy large-scale clean energy and reliability resources, and council authorized us to join CC Power, I believe it was late last year. So we participated with CC Power in a solicitation for long duration storage in October of 2021, and we received robust participation, which is one of the advantages of working with CC Power, because that bigger buying pool interests a lot of people. So we got 51 entities participating, and we're now bringing before you the highest ranking proposal, which was the Ellis Power Tumbleweed project. 6 other CCAs and ourselves are interested in proceeding with this project. It's a really good group. 4 of those other CCAs have a investment grade credit rating, and the 2 remaining ones are very small. They're going to be taking less than 5% of the capacity. A little bit more about the project itself. The total capacity of the project is 69 megawatts. Our share of that capacity is 15.37 megawatts. As Lori had said, the technology is lithium ion, which is a well-established technology based on the technology that's been developed for electric vehicles. And to get that 8-hour duration, you basically increase the amount of batteries. And we're beginning to be very interested in this longer duration so that we can really make the best use of our solar resources. As Lori had mentioned, for San Jose, the total amount that we could pay on an annual basis is $5.9 million, $89 million in aggregate over a course of 15 years. And the online date is expected to be June of 2026, which is the deadline that the CPUC gave us to bring these types of resources into existence. So we're seeking approval for up to 25 megawatts, which you'll see is above the 15.37 megawatts. And the reason why we're doing that is two things. First of all, if any of our sister CCAs are unable to get their respective council approvals for this project, then that gives us the ability to increase our share and come closer to meeting the full amount that we need to meet the CPUC requirement. In addition, the agreements that we've entered into provide that once the project goes forward, if one CCA falls out, the remaining CCAs may be required to take a little bit more, up to 25% more than what they were initially signed up for. And so those 25 megawatts would give us the room to do that. That leads us directly into the agreement structure. The way this is going to work is CC Power will contract with the developer through an energy service storage agreement. It's basically just an agreement where the developer sells to CC Power the services that you can get from the battery. Then there's going to be a project participation share agreement, which is between CC Power and the CCAs that are participating, that basically set out what is each of our respective shares and the concurrent payment obligations for that share. Then there's something called a buyer liability pass-through agreement, which basically gives the developer an ability to reach through CC Power to the specific CCAs, but only for their share of the project. And the reason why that's important is because CC Power itself doesn't have assets. And so the developers want to have a there in terms of who they're contracting with in case there are any problems with payment. And then the final agreement would be a coordinated operations agreement, which could basically be between CC Power and the participating CCAs that just gets into how the resource would be operated. So those are the key agreements and the key structure.
Great, thank you, Jean. So the second part of our recommendation is to increase our authority to buy power. So why is this authority needed? Well, annually we come to council to increase this authority as we get closer to the year that we need to buy that power in. So just as a reminder, we buy most of our power in forward energy markets. That's very important to reduce our costs. If we do not buy in the forward market, then we have to buy in the day ahead and real-time market, which typically can be more volatile. So the other reason we're recommending this is that energy markets have increased since the last time we were at council for this recommendation. There's several market factors that have influenced market prices, and we do see them increasing. So really important that we lock in the power that we need for this year soon so that we don't see further cost increases. And then finally, what's really exciting this year is we do have some large wind and solar projects in our portfolio, which is exciting and helping us reduce our costs. However, there is some risk with these projects in that we know what they're going to generate over the course of the year generally, but on any given day, that can vary based on the weather of the day. So what we've recommended is to increase our coverage ratio for those days so that we manage our risk in those real-time and day-ahead markets. So what does that look like? So for this year, council had approved $283 million in power supply authority. We are requesting an additional 77 million, which would bring our total request to 360 million for this year. But very important to note that that is our total authority. Our net expected cost is 289 million. And that is because when that solar and that wind does show up, we will sell those revenues to offset our costs. So the next slide shows what this looks like with the portfolio going out 20 years. You can see in these early years, that's when we recommend having plenty of authority to meet our need. The dark blue is the authority that the council has already authorized. The gold bars show what we have already contracted for, and then the light blue is what we are asking for today. And you can see those green bars are our expected net costs over the next few years, which trend just under $300 million. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you both. All right, let's go first to the public, and we'll come to the council for questions.
Sandra?
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation and appreciate your time. I'm concerned about the entire cycle and the battery waste and the pollution costs in terms of both building the battery and disposal at end of life. I hope the city of San Jose is looking at the entire picture and not focusing just on specific items. Additionally, there was recently a battery fire sometime in the last 2 years in Arizona that was produced tremendously toxic waste and air pollution. And those are all items when San Jose makes a decision that they should be looking at the entire cycle. I do appreciate that the city is trying to work on the duck curve, but please consider all aspects of the project. Thank you.
Mayor Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. It's incredibly important after the items of Russia we just talked about. Thank you. I've been attending renewable energy meetings for the past 4 or 5 years now. You know, Lori has talked about it, SJCE, you know, the advisory commission, community meetings talk about it. East Bay Community Energy, their statistics, their statistical data used to talk about it. 2023 was meant to be a really important year for some reason. I've not known why all this time. I've offered in the past year my own feelings that maybe it's natural disaster preparedness issues we have to be considering. But maybe instead it's the fact that we are having to deal with these new Russian questions. And that it sounds like we're going to have to start really relying on American fossil fuel again, instead of a relationship we were building of ourselves and the West being a renewable energy source and Putin and Russia being a fossil fuel source. With all these new American fossil fuel money coming in, there's going to be a big push to create a dirty energy industry again in this country. And I hope as you're going to procure money for SJCE, that they have a bad problem to like use this I don't want to say brown energy, this dirty energy a lot. And they tend to rely on it more than a really important good push that's being made toward renewable energy ideas at this time. I hope we can really continue the good efforts towards renewable energy and really leave dirty fossil fuel behind. And it's lessons that Putin obviously needs to learn and why he's locked into some bad decision-making at this time, it seems. Renewables bring out our more creative selves. Good luck with this. And with the battery issue, good luck to workers' rights issues around the world as they mine these battery ion things. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I want to thank you both for the presentation. I want to give you a chance to comment on the public commenter who was asking about the life cycle environmental issues.
Sure, it's a very good point. You know, I would say, as John pointed out, there were a number of technologies that we considered in the solicitation, and this was the highest ranking. Certainly, it will be important for us in the future to work on advanced recycling and making sure that these projects have the least environmental impact that they can. But it's also important that we bring new resources online. One thing that is happening here in California at the end of 2024 and 2025, which is why the Public Utilities Commission is directing these projects to be constructed, is that Diablo Canyon, which is the state's last nuclear power plant, is being decommissioned. It will go offline in 2025. So it's really important that we have resources to replace it. And, also important to make sure that those resources we're putting in do have the least environmental impact possible. But as we scored that, it did have the highest ranking.
Thank you. And it looks like this project is coming online pretty close to the deadline. So can you talk a little bit about the risk if the project is not complete in time?
Yeah, so I'll let Jean talk in more detail about that, but just more broadly, a couple things to manage our risk. There's additional projects that we are working on and that we will bring forward to council so that we do have a mixed portfolio to meet those regulatory requirements, and we're not relying on any one contract. But there's also a number of provisions in the agreement that incentivize that developer to make sure that they meet their commercial operation date. And I'll let Jean talk about that in more detail.
Yes, so all of the agreements that we've entered into always have a performance security that's required during the construction phase, so that if a project is either delayed or ultimately isn't brought to construction, isn't finalized construction, the developer is at risk for that money. But I think what Lori said was also really important, and one of the benefits of working with CC Power. If we went out and tried to meet our requirement, it would be difficult for us to contract with more than one project because the pieces would be so small. So basically, it would be an all or nothing if the project that we contracted with ran into problems. Here, we're going to be contracting with a number of projects so that if one project runs into trouble, we at least have some of the other projects to meet our needs. So that's one of the advantages of working with CC Power.
Thank you. That's helpful. Given the supply constraints that all industries are facing, and the uncertainty in how long those supply constraints are going to last, I question whether you'll have the same issue with multiple projects.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we have to monitor. We have to monitor that with all of our projects. I would say additionally to that performance security, we stay in close contact with these developers and making sure that they're hitting milestones. So there's milestones around when they begin construction, milestones around when materials are delivered on site. And then within that construction, how close they are to completion, when they hit the 50% and the 90%. So we're in close contact with them at every stage of that development, which can help us, see problems coming and, try to mitigate them. I would say the other, we have done that for not only the projects that we're contracting through CC Power, but also our own, and that has worked well. We had 2 of our first projects hit their commercial operation date this year at the end of December 2021, which arguably was very challenging in terms of both the pandemic and supply chain issues, but they were able to do it. So we are hopeful that this developer, who also has a very good track record, should be able to meet that online date so that we can also meet our regulatory requirements. But as Jean said, there is performance security that developer has to post that we would collect if they didn't meet their online date and their construction milestones.
Is there any give in the deadline from the state? I know that Diablo coming offline is part of the reason, but would we be able, if these projects that we're talking about would not come online because of extreme delays especially in the supply issues, would we be able, it sounds like we would have enough knowledge in advance to be able to lobby the state for an extension of the deadline, but would that be an issue with our procurement? Would we have enough power?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we would have to work with the CPUC on. I mean, certainly we would notify them in advance, and then importantly, we would try to replace the resource so that, we're not contributing to a reliability issue. But certainly, that's why we are tracking those construction milestones very closely. And we also have to report that to the Public Utilities Commission, so they're tracking it as well.
Okay. And then can you talk a little bit about how this new source compares in cost to other sources? I'm just questioning. I understand we're taking on a little bit of risk in actually allowing us to purchase more than we actually want if others drop out. And I get that we're probably a bigger player than some of those other CCAs, but I'm just curious in terms of cost effectiveness, if we have to buy more than we
Yeah, it's a
intend
great-
to, is that cost effective for us?
Yeah, it's a great question. So just two things on that. One, yes, it is. It was the highest ranked in terms of cost as well, and that's why we're bringing it forward. And although those provisions are in the agreement, I don't expect another CCA to drop out. And in terms of size, we're actually comparable. So the other
Okay.
CCAs that we're contracting with, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, they serve the rest of Santa Clara County. They have an investment grade credit rating, pretty stable partner. City of San Francisco is another partner, their CCA, also an investment grade credit rating. Peninsula Clean Energy, which serves San Mateo County, is another almost similarly sized CCA as us, a
Okay.
little bit smaller. They also have an investment rated credit rating. And then there's two small ones that have a very small slice of it, less than 5%, and that's Valley Clean Energy that serves Davis and Yolo counties, and then Redwood Coast that serves Humboldt and Mendocino County. So I think it's unlikely that we're actually going to have to, but of course we have to think through those and have mechanisms in the contract. And what was really important to us is, one, the price, but knowing our maximum exposure and knowing that we're very comfortable with that, because ultimately we need those resources to serve our load, but also to meet our regulatory requirements.
I understand that, but we're kind of double counting because you told me we're expecting to meet our regulatory requirements with multiple projects. And so I guess my question is, the additional megawatts that we are committed to that we aren't planning to purchase, how do those relate in cost to the other things that the other power that we're already purchasing?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you the impression that we would buy more than what we needed. So we will bring forward projects to both meet our regulatory requirements, but also to serve our load. And so although those projects might slightly exceed for our regulatory requirements, we still need them to meet our load. So we're not over-resourced in that sense of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll move approval of staff recommendations.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I thank you for the presentation and this important work. And every day we read stories about what's happening around the world. And today, the story in the paper about the Amazon, really, every one of these stories is devastating. And so the more we do to clean our grid, the better. I have a few questions. I imagine that there'll be other big projects for energy storage, for large scale storage, and that this isn't the last time, right? I mean, we're going to still need more capacity going forward, and we'll be talking about contracting with other providers in the future. Is that correct?
Very much so. I mean, especially as we move toward increasing higher percentages of our renewable content, we'll have to have more storage as part of that. And more than just battery storage, I expect we'll bring forward other technologies as well.
That's what I was going to ask you next. Are there other technologies is battery just basically the first one that's coming online at large scale, or what other ones are being proposed at this point?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there's a number of different types of batteries. There's lithium ion, which is the most commercialized, and so that's where we're starting. And in terms of the best value, but there's other types of batteries. There's also just completely different technologies. One of them would be pumped hydro storage, where you're essentially pumping water uphill and then putting it back through a power turbine. There's also compressed air technologies. Those are a little bit more in the emerging, but something we're considering. even on the more emerging side, there's something called energy vault, which is taking advantage of kinetic energy. So there's a number of different storage technologies that are being developed, and I expect many of them will continue on their cycle toward commercialization, and their prices will come down. But in terms of where we were starting, especially because one of our main objectives is to meet our regulatory requirement, we wanted to start with something that was commercialized, and we have a high amount of confidence will get constructed and perform as expected.
Yeah, I love this stuff, and the technology is great. And what's amazing about it is that what seems to be the future is actually sort of the past, right? I mean, we know of energy storage that was used hundreds of years, 100 years ago or 200 years ago. I mean, we were up at Lick Observatory, and we saw that they powered the dome motion by water, gravity water storage, right? So they pumped the water up during the day, and they used that water flowing down to move the dome at night during the 1800s before they had electricity up there. And these are the future of battery storage. So I'm excited to see that we'll be doing that more. There's even ones with concrete blocks of gravity storage and other things that are very basic, but yet seem so advanced in some sense because people aren't doing it yet. But I'm excited to see some of those technologies as well. Thermal storage, as you mentioned, compressed air storage, they're all good. So this particular projects that we're signing on to, I assume that they're planning also to be able to have scale on site so that they'll add more batteries over time to make more storage for other jurisdictions, or is it this is sort of a complete project at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure, John, do you want to take that question?
Yeah, for this particular project, that's the maximum size. And part of what we're struggling in the state is for interconnection capacity. There are other projects that have interconnection capacity, and that's why we're talking to some additional folks. But definitely across the state, there are projects in development. Again, what has been the bottleneck a lot of times has been access to the transmission system.
Okay. And lastly, I just want to, as I always point out, I think we also need to be continuing, and I know we are talking about local resilience as well, right? So microgrids and local production of energy so that we're doing things here and not continuing to rely on building big infrastructure projects in Central Valley and other states. So I know that those are things you're also looking at, but I think as a council, we should be looking at policies and things to do to help us get there locally as well for that resilience. So thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I wanted to start where Councilmember Cullen left off. I share his enthusiasm, but I also just wonder about the opportunities for local storage. And I'm just wondering, do we have any sense if we were just to go build out on the Story Road landfill or under, the 87 freeway and go build a storage project that gave us, is it 21 megawatts? How that cost would compare to the cost of participating in Tumbleweed?
I don't think that we've totally mapped it out. It's certainly an idea. I know that we have looked at that site in the past to see if it's viable for solar. And that certainly wasn't as cost effective as utility scale solar projects located elsewhere. But it's a good idea. We could look at it to see if it would site well for a battery storage project.
I can appreciate you're under a lot of time pressure with the state mandates for procurement. So I know these things may not be realistic. I'm just kind of curious to understand the factors that drive this. I would assume that a local project would have less transmission, so less resistance, and theoretically a more efficient delivery of power. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, so there would be less line losses and moving the electricity from one location to the other. But as Jean said, one of the main constraints right now is just having that interconnection place on the transmission grid. So we'd have to look at that Story Road location and see what lines it could connect to. One thing that's very exciting and interesting is the California ISO recently released a 10-year and a 20-year transmission plan. It's pretty bold in that it proposes building many new transmission lines across the state, including 2 here locally, one from Metcalf into downtown and another one from Newark into Santa Clara. And so that may provide some opportunities for more projects cited here locally, over the coming years. But right now, especially for this project, we really wanted to work with developers that already had a place in that interconnection queue. So they had a location where they already could connect to the transmission grid. But certainly here, Metcalf is a place that we've had our eye on. There's a big natural gas plant there. It might be possible to do something there in the future once it eventually retires, or even to, work with the operator to make it more of a hybrid plant with more battery storage. That's certainly something we've worked with them on. So we are, focused on some local opportunities, but they're just not quite in the right place of development to bring them forward yet.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Lori. I guess, given the challenges in siting with these utility scale sites, I would just look forward. I know yesterday's budget message, I suggested that we be able to staff up to try to take on these bigger sort of resilience challenges. And it seems to me, starting to identify these sites so that we could work through the various land use challenges, particularly around environmental clearance and so forth. I know it's going to take a long time, so it wouldn't be a bad idea for us at least to start getting our focus on those sites, and I'd like to do whatever I can to support that work. As you guys think about that, I think local storage is going to be so important for us as we continue to grapple with challenges on the grid. Just to understand the state mandate better, what's described, I can't remember what page, I think it's page 4. It looks like it's primarily generation requirements, and then storage is until 2026. Is that right? Or is there actually a storage mandate before 2026?
Yeah, so there are basically a couple of flavors. The first flavor is capacity starting in 2023, 24, and 25. And that capacity could be batteries alone or batteries with some kind of renewable like solar. The 2026 is long duration storage. So starting in 2023, 24, and 25, we have requirements for battery storage 4 hours or battery storage paired with renewables. Starting in 2024, some of those have to be able to deliver between 5 and 10 in the evening.
Yeah.
And then in 2026, we have this long duration storage and firm clean resources, which is basically typically geothermal.
Okay. So we've got different dogs and cats here that we have to go chase in the market. And I mean, Diablo Canyon is going to start coming offline in 2024, right? Okay, I think I understand then. Can we use any of this long duration storage to address intermittency challenges, or do we have to keep the battery fully loaded at all times?
Oh, no, we can definitely use it to address the intermittency challenges. So the main point of it is, the solar peaks out right around noon in the summertime. And so by having that 8-hour storage, that energy that's generated, 10 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon can be shifted to that evening peak. And so that's what is really important. And that's why the commission is directing, all load serving entities to go make sure these projects come online.
Okay, thanks, Lori.
Yeah.
And then just finally, moving to the procurement of the power, are we concerned at all about, I mean, it looks like we've got a lot of excess power we have to constantly go back and resell in the secondary market, sort of satisfy the regulators and then dump it, right? I'm guessing we have to dump it for something pretty cheap, or do we actually get a good price in the spot market at that point?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we have to look at over time. At the moment, energy markets are very high, and we signed these solar and wind agreements several years ago when the market was lower. So we do expect to sell that at a profit, any excess that we have, for
Okay.
at least this year and probably into 2023, because power markets are very high right now.
Right.
So yeah, we think that that's a prudent way to manage our risk. And once these projects have been generating for about a year, we'll have a better idea of exactly when they're going to deliver. And so I don't know that we'll always have to have that high of a coverage ratio, but because prices are high, it's very prudent to buy ahead because we don't want to be caught short, right? So if that solar doesn't show up, which we bought for a pretty low price, and then we have to go buy in the day ahead of real-time market to meet our load at a high price, that's going to cost us a lot of money. So that's why we're recommending that coverage ratio for this year. But those recommendations will change depending on our portfolio mix, but also what point in time we are in the market, whether markets are low or high at the time, and where we see more risk.
Okay, well, thank you. And I just wanted to thank you, Lori, for your foresight and leadership in forming CC Power with these other CCAs. I think that's so incredibly important to give us market power. And it's wonderful that you got out way in front on that and helps us. I think that's going to really pay dividends for many years to come. So thank you for that. Thank you, Sean. All right, any other questions before we vote? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Item 8.1 are barriers to affordable housing construction. See, Rachel, Jared, and team are heading down. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jared Ferguson with the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs with Rachel Vanderveen, the Deputy Director of the Housing Department. Also Nancy Klein, the Director of Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, and Chris Burton, the Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. We're here today to present to you our report on the barriers to affordable housing construction. On August 10th, 2021, as a part of the update on the housing crisis work plan, the City Council made an additional recommendation that the Housing Catalyst team, working with the Mayor's office, conduct outreach to those developers with planning approvals that have not started construction with an emphasis on affordable housing. In the fall, staff from the Housing Catalyst team, along with the Mayor's office, met individually with affordable housing developers that currently have approved affordable housing projects or those that had recently started construction. In these interviews provided an opportunity for an in-depth dialogue on a wide variety of topics related to affordable housing construction and served as the basis for this report. Going way ahead now. Overall, those interviewed had a favorable opinion of the city and recognized its efforts to improve and enable the production of more affordable housing through its allowable densities and through its work to implement SB 35 and AB 2162 that allow for streamlined approval. While there were some key issues that emerged that are outlined in our report, there is not necessarily one single issue or theme that is preventing affordable housing projects from moving forward to construction, but often a combination of multiple factors. The one exception to that is the continued rise in the cost of construction that remains a significant barrier. Those that staff had spoken with recently have cited an increase of 10% year over year in construction costs. In addition, competitiveness in obtaining funding has increased, especially for tax credits, where developments have had to apply multiple times to receive an award. Many of those interviewed cited the assignment of dedicated planning staff to their project as being instrumental in their planning approval process. Since 2018, a grant from Destination Home has supported a dedicated planner position. And since that time, 14 very low income and supportive housing projects have been approved with over 1,200 housing units. The grant for this position has been extended until July of 2024. Several of those interviewed cited the success of the dedicated planner and advocated for a similar position that could help navigate the process to obtain construction permits. At the present, there is not capacity within departments to provide this. However, staff is recommending adding a work item to the housing crisis work plan to establish regular coordination meetings within development services. These meetings could be timed with the awarding of funding so that there is a clear understanding of the timelines required of projects that will soon be starting construction. This early awareness of deadlines can help ensure the city is better able to meet them. Those interviewed also mentioned commercial space requirements as a challenge and supported their elimination. The City Council in December, subsequent to the outreach in this report, made this change to eliminate the commercial requirement for affordable projects. Parking requirements were also mentioned, and further reduction or elimination of them were supported by many as a way to further reduce costs. Projects are generally able to utilize state density bonus law to allow for a deeper reduction in required parking, but not having to pursue the reduction through this route would be easier for them. Staff is currently evaluating parking standards and transportation demand management measures. Okay, sure. Electric vehicle charging requirements were also mentioned as something that adds to project costs. This is something that can be reduced through parking reductions, and staff will look to better understand these costs through its update to the residential cost of development study. Some interviewed mentioned the city's construction costs as an added cost or barrier to affordable development. From 1992 until 2011, the city suspended the 4 residential construction taxes for very low income housing units. Additionally, some projects have been able to utilize an older code section that suspends the building and structure tax and the commercial residential mobile home park tax for certain affordable projects receiving specific federal funding sources such as vouchers. The section has been in the city code since the 1970s and also references other various out-of-date funding sources. As an individual action item, staff recommends updating this older code section and in addition exploring a new temporary suspension of residential construction taxes for affordable rental housing. We completed some initial analysis in this table that shows the construction taxes collected in the last fiscal year from our affordable housing projects. This includes 7 projects with 846 units for a total of just under $2.7 million in taxes collected, which averages to roughly $3,100 per unit. If the City Council approves the recommendation today, then staff would return later this spring with additional analysis and recommendations, including a 5-year forecast based on the current pipeline of affordable projects. We also received feedback regarding the estimating of fees and taxes, that this can be a challenging task. The development fee framework is a work item currently on the city's roadmap backlog. In the long term, this effort will make fees easier to estimate through alignment of our fees and taxes through a common set of standards. However, in the interim, staff is recommending adding an item to the housing crisis work plan to create an impact fee registry that will be a unified listing of all fees and taxes in one location with a point of contact for each fee that is responsible for answering questions and providing estimates. I'll pass it over to Rachel.
Thank you, Jared. Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I'm going to continue the presentation on the things that we've learned through our interviews with affordable housing developers. So the city requires that the city be the issuer of all bonds financing multifamily rental projects. through the Council Policy 1-16. There remains numerous advantages to the city to hold this role as issuer. The current policy does grant the ability for exceptions, and the city has supported those exceptions based on certain circumstances. Some of the affordable housing developers interviewed raised the issue of competitiveness of the issuance fee and the ongoing monitoring fee. Staff has responded to this concern and is recommending to add a workload item to the housing crisis work plan to evaluate and compare our fees with outside issuers and consider strategies to eliminate the incentive to seek outside issuers. Another topic raised by some of the developers interviewed was related to the shifting policies at the state and local level, particularly around siting. While many agreed with the overall strategy, the shift in policy can stall certain projects. As I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the life cycle of an affordable housing development is quite long, and it may take many years. During this time, there can be acquisition of the site, entitlement, awarding of the funding, and if policy changes are made in the middle of these timelines, it can slow down a project. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, construction costs have continued to rise throughout the pandemic. Projects most often utilize multiple funding sources to overcome these increased costs. And the additional time it takes to secure this funding adds time to the process while the costs continue to rise. So staff will incorporate the highlighted work items into the housing crisis work plan. And the next update of our work plan will be to the Community and Economic Development Committee in May, which will then be reported back out to the City Council. Staff will complete further analysis exploring a suspension of the construction taxes and return to City Council later this spring with a separate item with those recommendations. Additional outreach similar to what was done for this report is already underway as a component of the housing element update process, which also identifies barriers to affordable housing development. And so here, this is a summary of our recommendation for your consideration today. And with that, this concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Jared. All right, let's go to the public first.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'll try to keep this short. Thank you very much for this item. It's good. We can always trust Goodwill. They do good work, and good luck how this program can be helpful in the future.
I think, Blair, I think you're on 8.2. We're actually on 8.1.
Oh.
I should announce, it's the barriers to affordable housing construction.
Yes, I see. I understand. Okay. Well, maybe I can ask this question anyway at this time. Sorry about that. My question was, previous items we were talking about, the future of housing and basically the subcontractor issue. Is this an item that we can, I know the City of San Jose government is working on ideas to better understand how to address the future of the subcontractor issue. Is this an item that, in a way that we can talk about it easier and better in our future and better understand it? And thank you.
Sandra?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just had a few questions, which of course you're not do not have to respond to. I would have done a Pareto, which would have shown the number of people interviewed or companies interviewed versus which ones, some priority on which ones was the most impactful, so that in a short time we can understand how many were handled. But thank you for the information.
Back to council.
Great, thank you.
Another hand just went up for Alex Shore.
Thank you, council members. And thank you, Tony. This is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Appreciate the report from Jared and the housing department. Some good nuggets in here, one of which is great to see Destination Home helping support the city and getting those permits reviewed and getting that process quicker. I was a little surprised. I wonder if it goes from 11 months to 9 months. Is there a way to get it further lower than that? I think that could be a good end. And so I wonder if there are any council members or the mayor who want to delve deeper into that from the dais right now. I also wanted to check in on on page 4, it talks about the parking requirements in the memo. The transportation demand management provisions are going to be really important for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and our need for automobiles. So I think we definitely want to continue to have provisions in there as we go along reducing parking requirements. And then the last thing I would say is, if we can continue as a city to increase the number of homes, and that sometimes means increasing the heights of building, that can be a very important mechanism for developers having the flexibility they need to build the projects. And that's obviously a very important outcome for us as a city to be able to build the most number of homes possible. So I'd like to continue to see the city incentivize and prioritize affordable projects that maximize the number of homes and height per project. And I'm hoping that can continue to be a priority for you as council members and for city staff as you review and approve projects. Thanks so much.
Jill Borders.
Thank you. There was one slide that said it had in it the construction taxes from 100% affordable developments, and one of the 4 said commercial/residential mobile home park tax. I know I should have found out what this was ahead of time, and I apologize, I don't know, but I do have a question about that. That seems like a pretty large number compared to the others, and it would be nice if somebody could maybe answer why, or just explore that, because that's just such an interesting thing considering that we're not really building any mobile home parks. So anyway, I'm just wondering, curious, it's an oddity. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right, questions from my colleagues, comments?
Mayor,
Councilmember Jimenez? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the report from staff. Just a few questions. The first one is, it was cited in the report that the fees were suspended, some of the taxes were suspended from 92 to 2011. And I'm curious if staff dug into the fact that, as to whether there were any noticeable increases in developments during that time. And that's for staff to answer.
Yeah. Thank you, council member. This is Rachel Vanderveen from the Housing Department. I was just thinking deeply. So during, I'm just trying to think, during that period of time, we did have significant affordable housing development that was happening. So yeah, we definitely had a period of time where there were hundreds of units that were actually moving forward and being built. But as we do an analysis of this fee suspension and the work that we described, I think we can also take a look at that dimension and just see what the level of production was during that time, because that would be interesting to review.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that, and I realize that it may be difficult to isolate, what impact the taxes had or the suspension of the taxes had, but because I know that there was other things going on. I think back during that time, we likely still had the redevelopment. Well, I know we had the redevelopment agency sort of floating around, and so anyway, I suspect there's other reasons for that, but I think it'd be a worthwhile effort to dig into it. Excuse me. The other question I had was related to some of the input from the developers you all talked to. Is there anything that was mentioned by developers that was not included as some of the things you highlighted to barriers, as it relates to barriers for development?
We did really in-depth interviews. They were often an hour long, so there were a lot of things mentioned. We tried to highlight the ones that were the strongest and that we heard from multiple individuals. So hopefully that kind of answers your question, but
Okay,
there was a lot
yeah.
of things mentioned. Yeah.
Okay, all right, very cool. The other question I had is I submitted a memo on the item, and I'm wondering if you all had a chance to review it. I just wanted to share sort of the spirit of it is that, you know, I come to know that some of the areas in our city that have taken a lot of the affordable housing have traditionally, maybe not the case now, but traditionally have been the areas that have had the least amount of investment related to infrastructure and such. And so I'm curious if you think it's a worthwhile effort to, as you go back and explore some of these things, including the suspension of fees, if you can explore whether those suspension of fees can be tailored to category 1 neighborhoods as it relates to some of the citing policy sort of parameters.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So as we explore this, that is something that we can take a look at. I think that I guess I would just say my general response is as we consider barriers to affordable housing development, those barriers and this fee exemption, I would just say, would apply broadly. So we just need to think through what are the different ways that we're trying to encourage the development of affordable housing in areas where there might not have been historically as much development in the past. And so we need to kind of look at that and then weigh that with this specific policy and determine if it would make sense to have those intersect.
Right, because in my mind, if we want to incentivize the development, and let's just say that the suspension of fees is a significant way to incentivize development. You know, I have questions about that even. But if we do that, why wouldn't, it seems to me that we should explore whether it warrants doing that in neighborhoods that maybe have traditionally not stepped up to build it, to incentivize nonprofit developers to go out into those spaces where normally we don't have affordable housing. And that, I think, in turn would, you know, create a city in which every pocket of the city is doing their part to provide a space for people to be living at all income levels. And so thank you for that. I would just say that I'll move the staff recommendation in addition to my memo, and love a second. Thank you.
I believe I heard a motion there from Councilmember Jimenez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Councilmember Cohen. Councilmember Jimenez, could I just probe a little further there? Because I think it's an intriguing idea that you've raised. To be open to a pilot so that we could evaluate whether it's making a difference and also whether in fact we may still have barriers that are too high for affordable housing builders in other parts of the city. In other words,
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me the spirit of staff's memo is these are the things they're identifying as potential barriers. They're going to go out and explore some of the stuff and really do the work on it. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm open to anything that goes down that road of exploring and sort of testing the feasibility of this thinking, right, as it relates to incentivizing in other areas that normally wouldn't step up.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it's also worth saying that this work intersects with a lot of other stuff, say the housing element that's going to be coming forward later. And so I think there's a lot of interaction that I'm sure the housing staff is thinking about. So I'd love to see that at some point, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I had a couple questions about, actually, I think Councilmember Cohen just jumped in. Councilmember Cohen?
Thank you. And I want to thank you for this detailed report. I mean, the level of understanding of all the issues was really good, and I like the recommendations. My question is just about one item, and I know, Chris, we've talked about this with regards to other projects, but I'm happy to see that extra staffing helps reduce the time for projects to get entitled from what was 11 months to 9 months, right? Sort of a hypothetical. If everything were, staffed as much as it could be, and what is the minimum time that you think a project needs to get entitled without a staff limitation?
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen, Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement. I'm going to use my least favorite answer and say it depends.
Yeah, no, and I understand. I mean, maybe these kind of projects require other things, but for this type of project, whatever the requirements are, what's the amount of time
Yeah,
you think it?
I think the key with that reduction from the 11 months to 9 months is really sort of focusing on what we can do in-house to speed that process, but that's total process time. And as in a development project comes through the entitlement process, it's, there's very much the sort of back and forth. We're providing feedback, the developers revising their plans. So it doesn't really get to the sort of the chess clock idea of how much time it's spending sort of outside of our hands. And so that's sort of the other part of this, where I think that there's probably other efficiencies, but we're doing everything we can to reduce the time when we have it in-house.
And this isn't meant as a criticism of any way. It's just a question in terms of what you've got the extra staff. So you're implying that with this extra staff, you're able to do it as quickly as the process allows, given the back and forth that occurs in these kinds of development
Yeah, and
projects.
if it came in sort of absolutely perfect, right, from the get-go, I mean, it would, with the provisions provided under state law, with some of the streamlining there, it would move very, very quickly, right? We don't have to go through many of the steps. If it's bypassing all of the CEQA process, then certainly that's a massive time saver as well. So there's definitely, we've seen the impact of state law as it relates to affordable housing. But development is still very much this process, and it's the back and forth that ultimately drags that timeline out.
And I know that there's so many things on this list that affect this, and it's not necessarily what's happening in the planning department that's the primary bottleneck. I just know that I get frustrated. I talked to a developer. There's a project that I'm excited about in my district, and I spoke to them, and they went through this whole thing about what's going to be done. And you get all excited, and they said, "So when are the last units going to be ready?" "Oh, in 2030." And I'm thinking 2030. So I mean, and I know that's not because of what's happening in your department, but it's whatever we can do to help on our end, so that all the things that they have to go through for funding the project and building the project and doing the work is really the things that are out of our control are really the things that are holding it up. So that's just my thoughts on that. But thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Other questions from the council? Can I ask, just going back to that issue on the expediter, are we pretty satisfied that we squeezed all the blood we can get out of that turnip? At least on the planning side. I know we're not in the.
Yeah, I really do. Sort of having kind of come in and reviewed that process pretty closely, and aligning it with everything else that is available. Now that we're sort of in the groove on state law, the team internally, and certainly the planner that handles these projects specifically, has really sort of been a transformation, not just for us from a process standpoint, but also informing applicants that are coming through that process, because it's very much shifting sands. A lot of people are trying to figure out some of the nuances and some of the differences and what applies to them and what doesn't. But we're in that kind of sweet spot right now where we've done enough projects that we're learning, and we're using that knowledge to our advantage to move these projects quickly.
I should say, I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this memorandum, and I think this is really great work, helping us identify what we can really do on our end to try to get to our goal of building more affordable housing faster. It seems to me that there are certainly forces more powerful than City Hall at work here, and construction costs chief among them. And we can do everything right, and we're going to still face this real challenge, not just in timing, but also just seeing all of our dollars get consumed on fewer and fewer units. And I know that there have been various efforts. I know First Community Housing, I think, launched the first prefab project, but on Second and Keys, if not mistaken. And I keep thinking, there must be other ways in which we as a city might be able to demonstrate and pilot and help folks find better ways to build less expensively. And I wonder if in your conversations with builders, they ever said things like, hey, if we had a break from the state building code on X, Y, or Z, it's not a health or safety issue, but boy, we'd save a lot of money. Were there any things like that popped up in any of those conversations?
Nothing specific like that in terms of building code. other than we know we've talked about the parking reduction and then the electrical vehicle charging. Those are things
Right.
that came up a couple times in terms of things that are adding costs.
Yeah, stuff we're doing to them, yeah.
Yeah, so those were ones that did come up.
Okay.
I would add oftentimes they are able to get around some of those with the state density bonus law, not building code specifically, but some of our, require in terms of setbacks or other development standards that we require that add cost. They're able to eliminate some of those through state density bonus.
Right, sometimes to our chagrin. Yeah, a conversation, I promise I won't go too far off on a tangent on this one, but it seems as though, prefabricated housing is coming a long way. I know it's still developing, but there's some real supply challenges. It seems every factory's got way on back order. And this seems to be one of those things that could really sort of link our valleys. By that, I mean Central Valley or Salinas Valley to this Silicon Valley. We've got so much demand. They've got a lot of unemployment and, folks who need jobs. And I know carpenters would love to be hiring taking on some of those folks to go build at a factory OS in Salinas, for example. Now, I'm just wondering if you know of any cities that are out there or might be interested in being partners too on deals that would say, try to tell an investor, hey, if you go build a factory, we will come. We've got X number of projects that could go build. We could provide this demand. You guys just go build the capacity so we could pump out a lot more of these prefabricated units and hopefully reduce some of the construction cost burden on our affordable builders. Is anybody out there talking about stuff like that? Or is this a crazy? And I guess the whole point of this is if we can offer investors a commitment that housing could be purchased, would they then make the investment to go build the factory? I guess that's the big question.
So I've not heard of other cities, Matt, quite honestly. I think that the challenge is it's almost that we don't own enough of that process, right? To be able to commit to that level of housing. I think, we're doing everything we can to work with the industry to make sure that, there are no barriers, that we'll explore any new construction methods that they're interested in. We're sort of making those investments to have the conversations early. And we'd do everything we could to help move that conversation along, but I'm just not sure we own enough of it to really make the difference.
Okay, well, I guess maybe I'll just go off on my own and and nudge around with some of the. I mean, I know a few of the factory builders and see if they'd be interested in maybe a consortium of cities coming to them and saying, we've got the demand if you guys just build it.
And we can, Nancy Klein, Economic Development, we can follow up and talk to a couple.
Okay.
And talk about a couple sites that may be appropriate in San Jose to think about building that.
I mean, that'd be great. I'm guessing they probably want to be somewhere where it doesn't have 3% unemployment, but yeah, I see your point.
And then the other thing that will be coming, right, is CLT.
Yeah.
So there's still some kinks that have to get worked out of that, but a lot that are a lot of interest.
But we're allowing it in our code, right? Okay.
Below 85 feet and then some work above that.
Okay. All right, great. Well, thanks everybody for the hard work. All right, any other questions? I think we just need a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
It was already made?
Oh, sorry.
Forgive me. Sergio made it. Yeah, that's right. Councilmember Jimenez has an additional memorandum. Forgive me, Councilmember. All right, let's vote on Councilmember Jimenez's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Sorry, yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, it's now 5:37. Why don't we keep going? We'll take a break at 6. That's acceptable. All right, we got some desire to plow through. Let's see how we can do it. Item 8.2 is a funding award with Goodwill Silicon Valley for the San Jose Bridge Program. I don't believe there's a presentation on this, but I just do want to say thank you to Kelly and Reagan. Oh, there is. Reagan? Okay. Kelly and Reagan are here. And thank you both for your work on this. This is think a really important program, and grateful that we're able to expand it.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Kelly Hemphill, and I'm the Homelessness Response Manager with the Housing Department. I'm joined here with Reagan Henninger, who's also with the Housing Department, Deputy Director. All right. All right. So as you all are very, very aware, San Jose is facing a crisis. There are over 6,000 homeless people in our city. The SJ Bridge program is an employment program that links homeless individuals to training, a path to living wage jobs, and housing. The program aligns with Strategy 1 of the local community plan to end homelessness. That strategy is addressing the root causes of homelessness through system and policy change, ensuring all residents who are able to work have access to living wage jobs, providing training to help people who are homeless to obtain access to living wage jobs. San Jose Bridge, or SJ Bridge, is designed to help homeless individuals in San Jose on a path to living wage employment. The program also aligns with Strategy 3 of the community plan, improving quality of life for unsheltered individuals and creating healthy neighborhoods for all, ensuring that community spaces are safe and welcoming for housed and unhoused clients and residents, working with community organizations, cities, county agencies, and neighborhood associations to ensure that public spaces such as parks, libraries, and community centers remain clean, well-maintained, and welcoming to all. SJ Bridge is designed to provide financial opportunities and welcome and improve living conditions for unsheltered individuals, while at the same time improving the physical condition of park trails and other city right-of-ways so they remain clean, well-maintained, and welcoming to all. So a little bit of history on this program. SJ Bridge was implemented back in 2018 in order to address blight while providing employment opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness. When the program transitioned from PRNS to the Housing Department, the scope shifted from a focus on just trash pickup to a focus on prioritizing employment and housing stability. An RFP, or request for proposals, was released in late 2021 to solicit for one or more operators to provide employment and housing for SJ Bridge participants. Today, we're here to get approval for Goodwill's employment piece of the collaborative effort. The SJ Bridge Employment Program is a human-centered effort and will serve up to 150 individuals. The target population is individuals living in encampments. Right now, the focus is people living along the Guadalupe River in Columbus Park, Guadalupe River Park, in the Guadalupe Gardens encampment. Women and survivors of gender-based violence will also be prioritized. There are 2 phases of the SJ Bridge program: rapid employment and training for living wage employment. Participants will initially be enrolled in the rapid employment phase and become Goodwill employees. They will work a 15-week program, 20 hours per week, earning $18.50 an hour. As participants, they will work with Life Moves to quickly move into temporary shelter options, including motels and interim housing, while planning for long-term housing. Once the participants complete the rapid employment phase, they will be eligible to transition to the living wage career training and placement phase. Still on Goodwill's payroll, the participants will work full-time, 40 hours a week, engaging in job development. Participants will work with both Goodwill and Life Moves on their long-term housing plans, which may include rapid rehousing or affordable housing. Being a participant-centered program, it should be noted that the phases of employment and the phases of housing appear separate, but some participants may advance more quickly than others. This contract is all about employment, but Goodwill is committed to working with the housing provider, Life Moves, to ensure housing is a priority. Goodwill and Life Moves will enter into a formal MOU to memorialize that partnership and their combined goals. Just a little bit more detail about the two phases that I spoke of. Activities in the rapid employment phase include litter and debris cleanup crews, such as they're going to pull weeds, trim hedges, remove debris. There's also the trail and park beautification projects, such as planting plants, trimming, maintaining trails, removing trash. And new is the public restroom attendance pilot program, which will do some restocking of supplies and conduct light cleaning. Activities in the career training and placement phase include a variety of workshops, skills, strengths, service planning, resume writing, mock interviews, job search, and of course, job placement. This is a very collaborative program with the goal of advancing stability for all of the SJ Bridge participants. Beginning with the request for proposals, collaboration and coordination was highlighted and emphasized. RFP panelists included city staff from housing, PRNS, Department of Transportation. We had a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Board and a representative from the Guadalupe River Conservancy. The newly designed SJ Bridge Collaborative will not only serve more than 3 times as many people as in years past, but will also provide the tools needed to permanently end their episodes of homelessness. And that does it for our presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Kelly. Let's go to the public.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Is this item that thank you for the work of, the goodwill for all these years, and that we can really trust them, I think, and that this sounds like a really good, interesting program. And as we're heading out to the 6 o'clock hour, I hope I can quickly remind the importance of, in trying to find the future of, finding good programs for unhoused and for, housing itself for themselves. I really hope, as every other major metropolitan city of California has been studying mixed income ideas, that San Jose can really want to look into it and how it can be of help in building our affordable housing for our future and what it can offer in terms of flexibility and choices. Thanks a lot.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right, questions from my colleagues?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Well, I think what you're hearing in the absence of comments is support. I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing to make this happen, to make it expand. I think this is some of the most important work we can be doing in the city. It's great to see the early results of this program, and it's going to be really important now that we got housing for these participants and these clients. I recall being out there cleaning up with a couple of different cleaning crews and continuing to meet the same individuals who are saying, "Yeah, I'm still not housed." And that was so frustrating to hear. These are folks who had been working several months and not getting housed. So I'm glad that we now got housing clearly attached to this program. I wanted to ask a question about the 80% goal that they'll be successfully placed. Is that, by that you mean 80% in permanent housing? Because I assumed everybody was getting at least a transitional placement or interim placement, I should say.
That one was for any kind of housing, whether it's the EIH or permanent, I believe. But we do have somebody from Goodwill on the line. I'm not sure if they want to answer. Because contractually. The contract is not yet completed. We're still working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I could answer that question. My name is Pablo Gaxiola
Hi,
from
Pablo.
Silicon Valley. How's it going?
Great.
First of all, thank you guys for the work on this and for giving it the attention that it needs. But in response to your question, the 80% of the total amount of people that we serve is going to be those folks that are placed into some sort of housing, whether that is emergency housing or into transitional as well.
Okay. And Pablo, really appreciate the work that you and Goodwill are doing here. But I had assumed that when we crafted the expansion of this program, that we were going to ensure that everybody would get housing if they were working. Can you help me understand better why we're at an
Yes.
80% goal?
You're right. And
I-
this
I-
is
I-
only for the employment piece. And so I think there'll be more robust housing goals in our Life Moves contract, which we'll bring
Oh.
forward in a couple months.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's a separate contract.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Pablo, I'm sorry. I know you were about to respond. I cut you off.
That's great. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying for that, and good to have Life Moves involved as well. Goodwill's been a great partner, so thanks again, Pablo, to you and your team. All right, let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Rennes.
Thank you. I also just want to thank the team for the work to bring us to this point where we're actually awarding somebody, and this is perfect. This is wonderful. I just have a question about how we're going to integrate. I heard loud and clear because my ears always perk up when you because I know this is something that you've all been working internally to integrate survivors into these programs, because we all know that over reliance on a partner, intimate partner, their income stunts the plans for that survivor, right? It doesn't allow for the survivor to leave, and so it's important to have workforce development. It's important to have a source of income. And so how will you be integrating those survivors into this fold? How would that look like?
I'm not sure if Pablo wants to speak to that, but I think that we will do significant outreach and work with our partners within the gender-based violence agencies, and we're already working with them. And I think that this would be a great new resource for them, especially the training piece. But I don't know if Pablo wants to speak to that as far as
Yeah.
details.
More importantly, is working with folks to empower them to be able to transition into living wage employment on their own, providing the type of training that will place them on the pathway to not only a career but to a better quality of life.
I appreciate that that response. I guess I'm looking for some dots to connect between.
So what we're looking at is connecting with and doing our outreach to some of the places that are serving individuals that are survivors of domestic violence, particularly places like the YWCA.
Yeah, that's definitely a good agency. I guess this is part of maybe something that you can take into account as of now, because it's very difficult to see some of these survivors on the streets. They're not out there, right? These are women and men who are in inadequate housing, right? So they're living in the living room of somebody's apartment or home, and so that is also inadequate housing. And I would venture to say that we should qualify them in some way slightly differently than what we would qualify what we typically would think of an unhoused person. And so with that in mind, I think that you may be able to have a lot more success with those folks coming into the program. Otherwise, if they have a roof over their head, whether it's their car or just an inadequate living arrangement, that they won't be able to take advantage of this, right? Because they won't meet that criteria. And I would also encourage you to attend some of our gender-based violence joint meetings with the county to see how we've been working with folks and have an opportunity to have all of those agencies around the table. And that way you can have that one conversation. We can all um, uh, help figure out maybe some of the things that haven't been sorted out yet in terms of details. But that I can do that offline with you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, Any other questions or comments?
Sam, it's
Yes.
Trish Dorsey with Goodwill. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Trish.
Hi there. Hey, I wanted to respond to that because I think it's important to notice that one, the way that you described that individual who's sleeping in their car or not having permanent housing would certainly qualify for this. So we will be serving that population. And secondarily, I do want to just call out that we, through our digital inclusion program, which is also something that we're working with the city on, and we've developed a very strong relationship with Next Door Solutions, where we were able to serve like 20 women within a very short period of time. And I think that relationship will continue to grow. And this is going to be a wonderful way for us to be able to work with them and provide employment and housing for that population.
Fantastic.
Can I say
Yes, please.
something, Mayor? Thank you, Trish. And you know what, it's you just reminded me of something that I wanted to that's an observation I had about the workshops and the career training and placement, where I think that there might be an opportunity for additional digital literacy training there. And it sounds like you're already connected to the network that is addressing this digital divide. So great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually had an opportunity to visit the Goodwill site over on 6th or 7th Street where they have, that main site where they're doing some of the digital literacy training with their clients. It's really great work. So again, thank you, Trish and Pablo, for all the great work you do. All right, other questions or comments? All right, let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, our final item is 8.4, which is a report on proposed scope, schedule, and budget for the Coyote Valley Monterey Corridor Study. Welcome, Chris and Michael.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Vice Mayor. Michael Brio, Deputy Director of Citywide Planning and PBCE. So item 8.4 is outlines a high-level scope of work, budget, and timeline to complete a study for the Monterey Corridor. Let me step back for a moment. So if you recall, as part of the 4-year review of the general plan process, the council considered and approved a number of policy and ordinance changes to further preserve Coyote Valley for agricultural and open space uses. When it did that in November, it directed staff to return to council in February with a budget scope and timeline to conduct a study for Monterey Corridor within Coyote Valley, with the idea being that the portion of Monterey Highway on the east side of Monterey, between Monterey Highway and the creek, has a unique character, unique mix of uses, has kind of oddball property sizes. Also historically was an area that had businesses that often served travelers on what was once US 101. And in that corridor, we should work with property owners, the county and other open space advocacy groups and whatnot in the area to sort of come up with some recommendations on what are non-residential uses that would be appropriate in that that slice between Monterey Highway and Coyote Creek, uses that would be compatible with the trail and also with the environmental objectives of preserving Coyote Valley for our diverse community going forward. So what you have before you in this memo just outlines at a high level a scope and timeline. The timeline is estimated to be between, I think it's 18 and 20 months to complete the process once we are, if and when we are given funding to do the work. And an estimated budget of $475,000. We would need money, council allocate funding for us to do this work. That budget may change. It could go downwards or go up slightly, but that given what we understand now of the scope, that's our estimate at this time. I just want to acknowledge that there was a little confusion. The memo did say explore compatible agriculture uses. Again, I want to make it clear, we're not just looking at agricultural uses. We'll be looking at a wide palette or array of different uses, again, that are non-residential, that would be compatible with both the Coyote Creek Park chain and the environmental preservation goals that we have in Coyote Valley. I also want to acknowledge the mayor from Councilmember Jimenez. We support the recommendations in this memo. Many of these things we are doing now or plan on doing. I do want to note, I have one clarifying question in this memo on item number 4, to evaluate the feasibility of developing complete street design recommendations for Monterey Road that support traffic safety for people and for wildlife. This one item is not something that, at least the way I understand it, we're proposing to do. What we are proposing to do is coordinate this effort with the Coyote Valley Master Plan and looking at how a wildlife corridor would be accommodated across Monterey Highway and through the Monterey Corridor area as we think about different land uses to ensure that there is that access between the coastal range and the Diablo range for wildlife. Beyond that, our scope does not include looking at traffic safety. We will coordinate with DOT on that, but depending on that scope, we may need some additional funding for that work. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Chris. Tony, I know we have some members of the public who are here in person.
Yes.
Okay, great.
I'm going to call Norm Mattioni first, followed by Ken Sasso, and then Chris Marchesi. If you guys want to come down, whoever gets to the microphone first, and Sean Hugh. So all four of you just come down, whoever gets to the microphone first, and the others line up behind.
You know,
Eddie,
Norm,
only
hang
on-
on a sec. Do we have the mic on for him?
We're
Okay,
good.
great.
Thank you. Once again, Norm Mattioni on behalf of the property owners along the corridor. I wanted to emphasize the reason for the study, that the properties along the east side of the Monterey corridor do have unique characteristics, circumstances that differentiate them from most of the properties to the west on the other side of Monterey Road. Second, you have in Ken Sasso an amazing resource that I trust will be considered when the study is initiated. He represents generations of the Sasso family. They've had their hands in the dirt forever, and he knows the corridor intimately. So with that, I endorse, I hope, the adoption of the study and it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. My name is Chris Marchesi. I represent my family that owns a piece of property along the Monterey corridor. I thank you for the consideration of this study. Would appreciate you supporting it and the funding. I also like to thank the staff for clarifying something that kept me up for a few nights. I greatly appreciate that as well. I would just want everyone to remember that the folks along the corridor have been there a long time. We're not newcomers, we're not speculators, we're not developers, we're just longtime San Jose folks. We have a lot to bring to the table and a lot to contribute, and we're happy to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ken Sasso. I'm multi-generational landowner farmer located on the east side of Monterey Highway for 78 years myself. We approved the Councilman Sergio Jimenez memo today, especially stating that the landowners in the corridor will be included in the planning process from the very start, as should be. Because when you study private property, especially planning and studying, the owner should be contacted first to be involved in the process. Appreciate that the planning staff will meet with landowners and discuss uses they have in mind before the study takes place. After today's approval, we pray that the monies will be available in the upcoming annual city budget, and their work on a timetable for that to take place. Annie and I look forward to working with fair-minded people and will be available to make this a fair and just process that everyone will be proud of, as it is the southern gateway to San Jose. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And as always, I've been available to show the area that we're talking about and hopefully planning in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shang Hu. I represent Coyote Creek Golf Club. I think during the pandemic, Coyote Creek Golf Club offered a safe outdoor place for San Jose residents to play golf. And we have last year we hosted 130,000 rounds of golf. We have a strong local membership. And we hosted many weddings, birthday parties, for San Jose folks. We are part of the unique, beautiful open space in Coyote Valley, and we really applaud the effort from the city to conduct this study. Hopefully, we'll find win-win situations for everybody, where Coyote Creek Golf Club can expand and adapt to the needs of the San Jose residents, be it golf, be it tennis and swimming, be it stay and play. I look forward to the study. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. And thank you to Mr. Marchese, Mr. Sasso, Mr. Mattioni, and Helen Marchese-Owen for engaging, continuing to engage with us. Obviously, it's very important that we be engaged with you. I support Councilmember Jimenez's memorandum. Councilmember Jimenez.
I have public comment.
Oh, we still
on
have it
Zoom.
online?
Yeah, we still
Oh,
have-
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Forgive me, I jumped the gun. Okay, here we go.
Brian Schmidt.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt with Green Foothills. We and several other organizations submitted a comment letter about the corridor study. It should be in your packet. And our statistics showed 370 supporters of Green Foothills and Protect Coyote Valley wrote in to ask that as this study moves forward, it ensures no harm comes to wildlife in Coyote Valley. Drawing a lesson from history, we can go back to President Abraham Lincoln's experience early in the Civil War, when he had to cycle through a number of less than competent Union generals. Regarding one general, Lincoln supposedly said that the general, quote, snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. This is our concern, that after the tremendous achievement from all of you in protecting North and Mid Coyote Valley, that a corridor study leading to environmental impacts along Monterey Road could snatch at least a partial environmental defeat from this victory that is so close. Coyote Valley is a crucial, functioning, but fragile and impaired wildlife linkage area between the Santa Cruz Mountains and the Mount Hamilton Range. Monterey Road is the weakest link, with more animals killed trying to cross it than Highway 101. To avoid damaging this crucial area, the study and the EIR should be designed to allow no significant impacts to wildlife, wildlife habitat, or to agriculture in Coyote Valley. It should allow no net negative impacts to wildlife crossing Monterey Road at all. A neutral to positive outcome on wildlife movement better fits what you are all so close to achieving with your protection of Coyote Valley. Please refer to our letter for more information, and thank you.
Lena?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Lena Ein with the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. On behalf of the authority, I express support for the steps recommended in the memo from staff and from Councilmember Jimenez, as well as allocation in the city's budget to initiate the Monterey Corridor study. As you're aware, in partnership with the city and many others, we are embarking on a multi-year master planning effort for conserved properties in Coyote Valley that will enhance the natural infrastructure related to wildlife connectivity, floodplain benefits, agricultural productivity, public access, and more. Lands on the east side of Monterey Road will play an important role both in contributing to the local economy and in supporting the natural infrastructure so important for regional climate resilience. We emphasize the importance of considering alignment of agricultural uses with county ag zoning, maintaining wildlife movement across Monterey Road and minimizing disturbances to wildlife, considering complete streets, design methods, and impacts of high-speed rail, and to best bring all important elements and expertise together, we ask for engaging consultants that have familiarity with Coyote Valley land use, agriculture, and the local ag economy. We look forward to continuing to work closely with city and stakeholders on the Monterey Road Corridor study as the master planning effort moves forward. Thank you.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. I hope you'll have time to talk about 8.3. Does that item still need to be talked about? With that mentioned, for this item 8.4, just a thank you for it and a reminder that the city of Davis is worked really hard to create really open and accountable practices for the future of their wildlife trails and such with the surveillance and technology that will be along wildlife trails. And it can be, you know, the technology and data collection can be an important concept in how you're going to be developing the future of Coyote Valley. And to have these good examples from the city of Davis, I hope it can be of help to yourselves in all the ways we'll be defining the future of Coyote Valley area. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right, where I left off was I said I was inclined to support Councilmember Jimenez's memo. So let's go to Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. I thought the public comment Tony was talking about was me. But glad to hear that there's a lot of interest on the topic. Just wanted to quickly thank Sean, Chris, Mr. Mattioni, Mr. Sasso, of course, the Open Space Authority, and especially the city staff. You know, sometime back, and I'm not sure if folks are aware, but I twisted Chris's arm to get out there and meet with some of the property owners, and staff's been just exceptional in the way they've dealt with just collaboration with a lot of property owners, along with some of the environmental groups. And so I just wanted to say thank you very much, Chris and team and Michael, for making time, for coming out, and for shepherding us through this process. I also wanted to say that I want everyone to know that this memo, as an example that I submitted, was written in coordination and working together in collaboration with property owners, with environmental, advocates and such. And so we want to go through this process in a very purposeful way, in which we bring forward the ideas, the thoughts, the considerations, the concerns
from everyone that's impacted and that lives and resides and cares about Coyote Valley. And so I want to assure folks that as we go down this process that we're going to bring everyone together, and we're hopefully going to reach a resolution and a study that really creates a place that we all can be proud of, and it can really live up to that, what Mr. Sasso said is the southern gateway to the city. The only other thing I would say is, and a few folks have mentioned it, but this is for you, Mayor, is that obviously the budget's, kicking off already. And so I think it's going to be important to figure out how we can, comb through the budget to see if we can find some money and allocate the proper funds to get this study going, because I hate for something to not be in the works. And then I'm out of office in a few years, and then it sort of get, circumvented or sort of stalled, if you will. But anyhow, I think it's going to be very important moving forward. But thank you everyone for coming, and I'll move my memo that accepts staff's recommendation. So I'd appreciate a second. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. And we will be certainly discussing the budget robustly next week and subsequent weeks. So I know this will be a top conversation. All right. Councilmember Arenas. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Sasso and Mr. Marchese for coming here. We committed to a study, and now the study is moving forward, and I know that staff will not hesitate in bringing you involved in the conversation, because your input with the historical background and also the properties that you've owned and developed and nurtured for so many years and so many generations, your input is so important to how we move forward with Coyote Valley. So thank you for coming here and sitting through our council meeting, and I hope to see you again and have this conversation, and you're happy in a positive way. Thank you.
Okay. And I should note, given the cost of the study, that we should all become consultants when we're done with this gig. All right. I think those are all the comments. Okay, let's vote then on Councilmember Jimenez's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen, Carrasco. Aye. Davis.
Yes.
Arenas.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I think that wraps up our work. Let's go to open forum.
I'm giving it a second. I have no hands up. Sandra, go ahead, Sandra.
We wish to thank the City Manager McGuire and the San Jose Environmental Services team for listening to the community and extending the time for public comment on the existing building electrification report. We hope that the staff will assure that active community engagement from the residents and parties who had limited input previously is obtained. Please assure that private housing providers, homeowners, and small business inputs are obtained, included, and fully addressed. We hope that the council members will also assure that they are informing their residents, as Councilman Deb Davis did with her San Jose Mercury News letter. It is especially important to engage PG&E to ensure the grid and establishing an existing established infrastructure can support any of the proposals being considered. If PG&E is not engaged, then any study results are not based in reality and may not be doable. It's important that the full power cycle be reviewed as part of this activity, not just appliance efficiency. And the staff needs to examine the proposals, including panel and electrical upgrades, just not appliance replacements. Older homes may need to have their electrical panel and service upgrade. Currently, upgrading electric services can have month-long delays. Again, thank you, City Manager McGuire and the San Jose Environmental Services team for extending the public comment. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, the meeting's adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I'm in. Let's do that.